Chapter 669, For the Righteous Heart.
He's my son, Barty Jr. This picture was taken last year, but I don't think it's changed much.
Crouch said ruefully.
Thank you, Mr. Crouch. I'm sure your information will be helpful.
Yvonne examined the photograph for a moment, then put it away. Crouch shook his head and smiled ruefully.
No, I'm the one who's causing you trouble.
He said. He then turned to Yvonne and, after a moment's hesitation, spoke again.
If you don't mind my asking, why are you so intent on finding my son, Barty Jr.?
Crouch was suspicious of this. He wasn't trying to absolve Barty Jr. of his crimes by asking this question. On the contrary, he wanted to see his son caught so that he could make up for his past misdeeds. However, Crouch felt that such matters should be left to the headmistress and staff, and that children of Yvonne's age should concentrate on their studies and lives. What's more, Ivan was a Hogwarts warrior and had just won his second match, so he was supposed to be celebrating with his friends.
Mr. Crouch, Harry is my best friend, and now that he's in danger, I can't leave him alone.
Ivan explained. There was also an important reason that Ivan did not reveal, which was that Barty Crouch Jr. intended to send Harry to Lord Voldemort so that the Dark Lord could be reborn. In order to survive for a few more years, Ivan felt that it would be better to spoil Voldemort's plan for resurrection, which was why he was so concerned. Is it for a friend and a sense of justice? Crouch looked at Ivan with a troubled expression. Once upon a time, he had a similar idea.
Ivan, where have you been? George and the others had a party in the lounge this afternoon and you never came.
Harry asked curiously.
I found an empty classroom to practice my magic in.
Ivan said vaguely. He tapped his wand on the empty plate in front of him, and a savory steak appeared.
You should have told me in advance. I wouldn't have gone if I'd known,
sighed Harry, wishing he could hide in a hole when he thought about the warm Gryffindors that afternoon. Due to Ivan's absence, most of the cubs turned their attention to him, constantly asking him to recount the dangers of the lake. George and Fred made a love story out of his rescue of Ginny, teasing her by calling her his most beloved love. Neville stumbled and fell on his butt. When he looked up, he saw Moody's scarred face and his words tumbled out.
Pay more attention next time, boy.
Moody snapped as he pulled Neville to his feet, then used a cleaning charm on him to clear the broken plates and pastries into a bin bag.
Is Professor Moody always like this?
Yvonne asked suddenly, watching from a distance.
Of course, Professor Moody was just a bit fierce-looking, but he was actually quite nice.
Harry nodded, his impression of Moody growing over the course of the first half of the term. While Moody was usually very strict in class, there was always plenty of new information to be learned in his defense against the dark arts classes.
Yeah, it would be nice if Professor Moody could be a little more normal and stop suspecting people of trying to murder him.
Ron complained.
I'm not asking you that.
Yvonne rolled her eyes.
I'm asking if you've noticed Professor Moody's preference for dessert.
Harry and Ron looked at each other, then shook their heads. Who cared about that? Ivan sighed, understanding that he couldn't count on them, and began to think back. He vaguely remembered seeing Moody picking up after-dinner treats like donuts, although he wasn't sure if this was common.
Professor Moody does have a habit of eating dessert.
Hermione asked suddenly.
Are you sure?
Yvonne asked eagerly, placing her hand on Hermione's shoulder.
I heard from the house elves in the kitchen that Professor Moody sometimes went to the kitchen in the middle of the night to get them to prepare supper.
Hermione said, pouting unhappily.
Those house elves are pitiful enough. They have to clean the castle during the day and prepare food for us. At night, they should be resting, but someone keeps disturbing them in the middle of the night.
Chapter 670, Yeah, how could it be him?
Come on, Hermione, those house elves don't need to rest. They just want to work all day.
Ron scoffed. Hermione scowled at him and was about to retort when Ivan suddenly stood up, threw his knife and fork aside, and ran out of the room.
Ivan, where are you going?
Hermione shouted, but Ivan did not stop to explain, disappearing down the hallway. Hermione hesitated for a moment, then, having guessed where Ivan was going, dropped her cutlery and ran after him.
Are they not going to eat?
Ron asked curiously as Ivan and Hermione left the table.
How should I know?
Harry was equally baffled, having no idea what was going on.
Hermione, why are you following us?
Yvonne was baffled.
To help, of course.
Hermione declared.
I know these house elves well, and have dealt with them many times.
Ivan nodded reluctantly. Since he was already here, he couldn't very well try to get rid of him, so he grabbed the door handle and pushed the door open. It was a high room, as large as the great hall above, with gleaming copper pots and pans stacked against the stone walls, and a large brick fireplace at the far end of the room. The most striking of these were the 4 long wooden tables, which were arranged in exactly the same way as the tables in the great hall above. From time to time, Yvonne could see small house elves bustling about, placing plates of beautifully made food on the table, and then disappearing moments later, apparently summoned there by the students.
Every house elf is very hardworking. They work nonstop every day and are almost infallible, but they don't do well at all.
Hermione said sadly. Yvonne didn't reply. In fact, the house elves at Hogwarts were doing quite well compared to the rest of their kind. The attentive house elves did not miss their arrival, and the nearest of them immediately dropped what they were doing and gathered around Ivan, completely ignoring Hermione. House elves shunned this place because of the evil theories it spread.
How may I help you, Mr. Harles?
The leading house elf asked eagerly. Yvonne crouched down, keeping her eyes as level as possible, and asked gently.
I've come to ask you something. I hear Professor Moody often asks you to prepare supper at night. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Moody told us he needed to investigate suspicious people in the castle and was usually kept busy until late at night. So he needed an extra supper, and we were happy to help.
The house elf exclaimed proudly. Ivan nodded, not caring if it was clean or not, and sat on the floor deep in thought. The house elves gathered quietly around Ivan, and Hermione dared not interrupt his thoughts. After a while, Ivan seemed to regain his composure and looked at the house elves again.
Have you ever cleaned Professor Moody's office? I went there once and well, how should I put it?
Mr. Moody will never let us into his office. He says there are dangerous collectibles there, all of them deadly, the house elf replied in dismay.
Is that so?
Yvonne said, slowly getting to her feet and dusting herself off.
I've got a sudden craving for supper, so if you'd be so kind as to prepare it for me, just do as Professor Moody says.
The house elves happily got to work.
Want some, Hermione?
Ivan asked as he cut off a piece of the dog and ate it. Hermione shook her head. She was in no mood to eat after what Ivan had told her.
Are you suspecting Professor Moody? But
Hermione was incredulous. Moody was a legendary Auror who had been a great help to them during the first half of the school year. He was the best defense against the dark arts professor she had ever seen.
Yes, how could that be?
Ivan nodded in agreement, popping a piece of mousse cake into his mouth. Hermione bit her lip sullenly, her brown eyes fixed on Ivan's. She could hear the patronizing tone in his voice. Ivan scratched his head. He didn't want Hermione to get involved in this sort of thing, but he couldn't hide it now, so he pointed at his plate and said,
Do you think Professor Moody has a big appetite? 3 meals a day, lots of dessert after meals, and then he comes into the kitchen at night for supper.
Hermione looked at the plate in Ivan's hand and saw what he meant. There was enough supper for both of them.
so you think it's possible that Professor Moody had to feed someone else? Why else would he eat in the great hall and the kitchen? He'd have to go around with a plate, and he wouldn't be in such a hurry every time, would he?
Chapter 671, Clue. Ephraim's guess shocked Hermione, and she could not help but ask.
Are you saying that Professor Moody imprisoned another person at the castle in order to prepare extra food for him?
That's a possibility. I'm more inclined to believe the man is hiding in his office.
Ivan nodded.
That's why he wouldn't allow the pixie to clean his room.
Hermione murmured to herself, having worked out why Ivan had asked those questions earlier.
But why would Professor Moody do such a thing? I've heard he used to be a fierce Auror who caught too many dark wizards and Death Eaters to work for you-know-who.
Hermione was baffled. She could not have imagined that Professor Moody could be such a bad person, if she had not pointed out all the suspicious points about him.
I don't know.
Ivan shook his head. He couldn't be sure, and there were too many questionable points. Moreover, Moody was a very suspicious individual, and it was not unusual for him to keep house elves out of his room, which was why he had noticed something unusual about the house elves but not suspected anything.
Could someone have used Polyjuice Potion to disguise themselves as Professor Moody and hide the real one?
Hermione immediately considered this possibility, as it was the only way.
Professor Moody.
Would have to provide food for another human being before he died of hunger.
I don't think so.
Ivan shook his head. He had already checked that Moody was not in the habit of carrying a wine gourd around with him, and that he did not drink any sort of drink during lessons.
I rather think it's the Imperious Curse,
said Ivan hesitantly. Hermione's eyes widened. She knew exactly what the Imperious Curse was, as Moody had explained in his defense against the dark arts class this year. It was one of the 3 unforgivable curses that allowed one to control a wizard without being seen.
Moody was a very cautious Auror with a strong will. No one could have controlled him for so long. My guess is that you know who did it himself. And in order to prevent Moody from breaking free of his own accord, someone had to constantly supervise him and periodically reinforce the effects of the Imperious Curse.
Ivan went on. Ivan had also practiced the practical dark arts such as the Imperious Curse, and was well aware of the drawbacks of having the strong-willed break free from it. There were other ways to deal with this problem, as he had done with Nother, by sending people to monitor and reinforce the Imperious Curse at all times. Of course, this approach was not perfect. This was because casting the Imperious Curse on the same person continuously for a short period of time could easily cause the other party to develop a corresponding resistance, greatly weakening the power of the spell, thus requiring one to cast the spell more frequently, until one fell into an endless loop. Hermione knew far less about the Imperious Curse than Ivan, but she was able to understand the gravity of the situation, and when he finished speaking, she dragged him upstairs.
Wait, Hermione.
Ivan called out, stopping her in her tracks.
I doubt it, that's all, and there's not enough evidence to support it. What if Professor Moody really is a big eater and just happens to enjoy eating supper while working late at night? It's not impossible.
Dumbfounded, Hermione stared at Ivan for a long moment, then pursed her lips in distress and said,
Then.
Yvonne said hesitantly, but before he could finish, Hermione interrupted.
Don't lie to me. You must be planning to go to Professor Moody alone later.
The little witch bit her lip and glared angrily at Ivan. How could she not have guessed that Ivan was trying to fool her and risk his life alone? However, knowing that she would not be of much help if she followed, Hermione swallowed the words she was about to say, feeling depressed.
It's too dangerous. The least you can do is tell Professor Dumbledore about it. What if it's actually a trap and someone is trying to trick you?
Ivan looked at her for a long moment, then sighed and relented.
Well, you were right this time.
Due to the inconvenience of revealing too much information, Ivan had become accustomed to sorting things out on his own over the years, and had occasionally been conned by Hermione, who reminded him that there was no point in taking risks alone.
Hales, can you confirm that Alastor was controlled by the Imperious Curse?
Dumbledore asked. Yvonne shook her head. He was making wild guesses and she couldn't be 100% sure.
Professor Dumbledore, isn't there some way of detecting this dark magic?
Hermione asked suspiciously.
I regret to inform you, Miss Granger, that there is no specific countercurse for the Imperious Curse. Otherwise, it would not be listed as an unforgivable curse.
Chapter 672, Tracking. If Ivan was telling the truth, then his move was a joke. However, what infuriated him even more was the possibility that Moody was being manipulated.
Hales, I remember you and Alastor exposing Barty's misdeeds over 2 months ago. That's how we found out about Barty Jr.'s escape.
If Barty Jr. was controlling Alastor through the Imperious Curse, as you suspected, why would he want to expose it?
Dumbledore asked. I haven't figured that out yet, Professor.
Ivan said with a resigned shrug. He had been unable to confirm the other's suspicions because of Moody's actions.
Could Professor Moody be trying to gain your trust?
Hermione asked, trying to analyze the situation. Ivan rolled his eyes. Nobody but he knew that Barty Jr. was behind this until Crouch was caught. The man was not insane. He could have used a different approach to gain her trust. There was no point in exposing Crouch's identity. However, to Ivan's surprise, Dumbledore nodded, confirming Hermione's suspicions.
It is possible.
Ivan looked at the professor in surprise, and then he added,
Last summer, I received news of a break-in in Alastair's yard. According to the testimony of the residents, there had been a small explosion.
As he spoke, Dumbledore took a letter from his drawer and handed it to them. Yvonne took a look at the envelope and saw that it was signed Arthur Weasley. On the eve of Moody's departure for Hogwarts, a loud explosion was heard coming from his room, and soon wizards from the improper use of magic office arrived to deal with it, led by Arthur Weasley. At the end of the envelope was written the results of the investigation, and the wizards who went to investigate agreed that the explosion occurred because Moody mistook a rubbish bin for a dark wizard intent on attacking him. Ivan was speechless when he read the article. He was highly suspicious of Arthur Weasley's professional skills. He had brought a bunch of people with him to investigate the incident, and they had come to the conclusion that it was nonsense. Who would want to duel with a dumpster?
It's not the first time something like this has happened.
Dumbledore said helplessly. Every so often since Moody's retirement, there have been minor mishaps, so he was not overly concerned when he received the news, not to mention the fact that for the better part of a year he behaved exactly as he usually did.
So, Professor, what do we do now? Do we confront Professor Moody?
Hermione asked. Dumbledore shook his head, his voice low.
No, to avoid mistakes, I think it would be wise to test the waters first. I solemnly swear I did no good.
As Ivan whispered the command, delicate lines of ink gradually emerged from the blank parchment, linking together into a plan. Using the moonlight from the window, Ivan scouted for Moody and found him in the staff room. Had the operation not begun, or was it over? Yvonne was a little uncertain. According to the house elves, Moody went to the kitchen every 2 or 3 days in the middle of the night and asked the elves to prepare supper for him. As Ivan was wondering if Moody wasn't planning on going out tonight, the names on the Marauders map began to move. Ivan stiffened, his eyes fixed on Moody's name as he walked down the stairs past the entrance hall and into the kitchen. Ivan didn't waste any more time. He got out of bed, cast a disillusionment charm on himself, and ran out of the room in pursuit. Moody was just coming out of the kitchen when he went downstairs and down a corridor. Too afraid of Moody's magical eye, Ivan stayed at a distance, keeping at least 2 corridors away from it. Moody did not seem to notice that he was being followed, as the names on the Marauders map moved slowly and regularly. After leaving the kitchen, Moody headed straight for the Defense Against the Dark Arts office and stayed there for a while. About 10 seconds later, Alastair Moody disappeared from the Marauders map.
I knew it.
Chapter 673, The Secret Path in the Office. Clutching her wand, Ivan walks down a corridor to the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, wondering whether to go in and arrest him or wait outside for Moody to come out before attacking. Ivan was confident in his abilities and believed that Moody and Barty Jr. were no match for him, but he was not so careless as to suggest that the latter would be safer. However, to his surprise, Moody seemed to be staying in the office for a long time. Ivan waited for more than 10 minutes, his little patience wearing thin in the cold wind. As a last resort, Ivan turned his attention back to the Marauders map, this time not to check if Moody was out, but to try and locate Dumbledore and Hermione. According to their previous agreement, they should have arrived by now. To Ivan's surprise, Dumbledore and Hermione's names magically disappeared from the map as well. Ivan's brow furrowed. This was completely out of his expectations. He had used the Marauders map to solve many problems over the past 4 years, but today it was completely out of order.
They didn't go in early, did they?
Ivan murmured to himself, suspecting that Dumbledore and Hermione had gone to arrest them. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Ivan, who was enjoying the cold wind outside the door, finally made up his mind to visit Moody's office.
Pratigos, armor protection.
Ivan cautiously cast an armor charm on himself, then pointed to the lock and released another.
Alohomora opening.
There was a slight noise and the locked office door swung open. Ivan gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was pitch black inside, and he could not see his hands in front of him until he cast a spell to light the fireplace on the side. The interior was exactly the same as the last time he was here. It was as cluttered as ever, with many documents and strange magical objects lying haphazardly on the wooden table. In the mirror opposite him, he could vaguely see a few strange-looking figures. Ivan took a few steps forward to take a closer look, but the skull of the monster hanging on the wall beside him buzzed.
Defindo cracked apart.
Almost instantly, Ivan backhanded a charm that shattered the monster's skull. Looking at the debris on the floor, Ivan was not happy at all. He did not know how this magical tool worked, whether it was sound or something else, or whether Moody understood that he had entered.
Well, I'll have to face him anyway.
Ivan sighed but didn't dwell on it for too long. He already knew that Moody had placed security devices in the office, and he didn't expect to be able to fool him. With this in mind, Ivan was no longer as cautious as before, and his gaze went straight to the 7 large boxes stacked in the corner. He strode over and used a charm to blow the lock off the chest, sending the first chest crashing to the floor. A pile of spell books and broken sneakoscopes fell to the floor. Ivan then proceeded to open the first 6 boxes, which contained a variety of objects, as well as several conspicuous objects of dark magic. Ivan's movements became more cautious, but he was not slow at all. Soon, the last box was opened. To his disappointment, there were no secret passages, as he had expected. Instead, there were just piles of newspapers and homework.
That's strange. Where would that be?
Chapter 674, Stay Here and Reflect. Noticing this, Ivan tightened his grip on his wand and quickened his pace, as if he were making casual conversation.
Good evening, Professor Moody.
Moody's stiff body finally moved, and he slowly turned his head to study Ivan with his strange, magical eye. His voice was calm as he asked,
Hales, what are you doing in my office in the middle of the night? You don't say, to find you, of course.
Ivan said casually, glancing around for Barty Crouch Jr., who might be in hiding. However, it was very dark around here, and the light from the candle was very limited. Ivan could just make out a bed in one corner and a large cupboard on the right, both of which were likely hiding places.
Aren't you going to explain, Professor?
Yvonne asked, looking around before returning her attention to Moody. Ivan did not rush into action. He had been in the office for several minutes, which was enough time for the opposition to prepare. Moreover, Moody knew that he was coming in, yet he was standing there, clearly trying to lure him into an attack.
There is no need for explanation, Hulse.
Moody spoke slowly, his scarred face illuminated by the flames. Yvonne's pupils contracted, and before she knew what he meant, the door to the cabinet to her right burst open.
Avada Kedavra, Avada Fatal Curse.
The hoarse, shrill voice echoed through the enclosed space, and a blinding green light flashed in midair. Ivan instantly used his dragonification and rolled away, creating a crater in the wall behind him. Moody raised his cane as Barty Jr. did, but before he could cast a spell, he was interrupted by an inexplicable pressure. Even Barty Crouch Jr., who was standing to one side, was affected and slowed down. Unsure of what was going on, Ivan waved his wand and pointed it at the sneakoscope behind Moody. Under the effects of the flying curse, the sneakoscope flew over and crashed into Moody, sending him staggering. Ivan was relentless, striking a second spell almost at the same time.
Petrificus, all petrified.
Given that Moody was merely under control and not a real enemy, Ivan did not resort to violence, instead attempting to subdue him with relatively mild spells. A brilliant beam of light flashed through the air, and Moody grabbed the sneakoscope to block it. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed the petrifying effect creeping around the edge of the mirror, and his face fell as he kicked the sneakoscope aside. Barty Jr. had now adapted to the inexplicable pressure, and his bloodshot eyes were fixed on Ivan as he and Moody closed in on each other in a pincer movement. Ivan relied on his protective ring and dragon scales to deal with the two of them. He knew very well that a two-on-one battle was extremely disadvantageous to him. He had to restrain one and deal with the other first. Fortunately, this happened to be what he was best at.
Expecto patronum, expecto patronum.
Ivan tapped his wand, and wisps of white mist rapidly emerged from the tip of the wand, condensing into a proud unicorn in less than a second. With a sharp hiss, the unicorn's shadow charged through the mist towards Barty Jr.
Reducto shattered.
Barty Crouch Jr. did not understand why Ivan was casting a Patronus charm there, but he was not going to sit back and watch as Ivan's Patronus approached. However, to his surprise, the spell beam passed right through the unicorn's shadow, creating white mist. Is this really just a Patronus? When Barty Jr. saw that his charm was not working, he began to wonder if she was trying to distract him. With that thought in mind, the illusory unicorn closed the distance between them. Its speed was astonishing as it raised its hooves high and stomped down. The distracted Barty Crouch Jr. was unable to dodge in time and was barely able to cast a protective charm on himself before being sent flying by a pair of hooves. On the other hand, Ivan was multitasking, and as he manipulated the unicorn's shadow, he turned on Moody. Several rings lit up on his fingers, and multiple charms shot out like cannon fire, not giving Moody a chance to breathe. However, the old Auror was unexpectedly agile. Under the effects of the transfiguration charm, his wooden legs were more agile than his real ones. With a few rolls, he managed to dodge Ivan's continuous spells and kicked down a cabinet as cover to block the sleeping spell. Its beady eyes darted around, taking in Ivan's every move. It used its spell-casting gestures to predict the spell Ivan was about to cast and find a way to counter it. Ivan, having been unable to win for a long time, no longer held back. With a wave of his wand, an invisible blade of magic flew past and cut the heavy cabinet in half. Moody, who was hiding in the back, felt his hair stand on end. He pushed himself up and rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding the attack, but his fake leg still grazed the wood and broke in half. Moody, unable to get to his feet, retaliated, and the cabinet that had been cut in half transformed into two monstrous cheetahs that charged at Ivan. Ivan smiled. This was the first time he had ever seen anyone compete with him in terms of transfiguration. With a casual lift of his finger, the two wild cheetahs expanded rapidly and exploded. Chunks of wood rained down from the sky, then, following Ivan's instructions, began to levitate and crash down on Moody.
Impediment.
Unable to move or dodge, Moody cast an obstacle charm to ward off Ivan's magic. Chunks of wood hit the barrier and broke through.
Expelliarmus, expelliarmus.
Ivan raised his hand to cast another spell, and a scarlet beam of light hit Moody, sending him flying. Moody flew sideways and crashed into the wall behind him, his wand flying out of his hand and crashing to the floor.
You stay here and reflect on yourself.
Chapter 675, Battle in Collapse Space. When he was done with Moody, Ivan stepped forward and picked up the wand, then turned back to Barty Crouch Jr. Within a few minutes, Barty Crouch Jr. found a way to deal with the unicorn's shadow. After a bloody puncture wound to his arm, he took advantage of the moment when the unicorn's shadow took physical form and used powerful dark magic to blast the troublesome Patronus into a mist of light. They freed their hands almost at the same time, and their eyes soon met. Ivan looked exactly the same as when he first came in. In fact, he looked even more imposing than before. Dragon scales covered a third of his face. Barty Crouch Jr., on the other hand, was in a much more miserable state. His face was sunken and haggard, and his clothes, which had not been washed in a long time, were thick with blood.
Your master does not seem to trust you that much,
Ivan said with a sneer. Ivan could tell from Barty Crouch Jr.'s reaction to the unicorn's shadow that he knew nothing of her blood magic. This meant that Voldemort did not reveal to his loyal servant the details of their battle years ago.
Oh, that's true. Of course he wouldn't say he was once beaten to a pulp by a first-year wizard,
Ivan said sarcastically, suddenly thinking of this. Barty Crouch Jr.'s face darkened, and he ignored Ivan's.
Nonsense.
Looking deranged as he muttered to himself. Stop struggling, no one can stop the Dark Lord's plans.
Nobody.
Barty Crouch Jr. roared with laughter, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Ivan as he waved his wand.
Reducto crushing.
An eerie beam of magic flew past. Ivan frowned and flicked his wand, sending the wooden chair flying into the beam of light. As soon as the two touched, the wooden chair exploded.
Indio fire roaring.
Ivan pointed his wand again, and a shower of broken wood burst into flames, whistling toward Barty Jr. To his surprise, Barty Crouch Jr. took the blow without flinching. Hot pieces of wood smashed into Barty's flesh, but he ignored them and laughed even more wildly.
Come, Ivanhouse, and die here with me.
Barty Crouch Jr. shouted as he raised his bloody left hand and, with bloodshot eyes, used dark magic to cut off two of his fingers. Extreme pain and hatred were swiftly transformed into power by the dark arts, and the wand pointed in the direction of Ivan and Moody, and the wand howled with madness.
Confringo, exploding thunder.
Barty Jr. screamed hysterically as orange light flared from the tip of his wand, followed by a blistering fireball, which expanded rapidly in midair until it was 3 feet long.
Lunatic.
Ivan cursed, his skin crawling. He could certainly see that Barty Crouch Jr. was using self-harm to increase the power of the dark arts, but this space was only the size of a classroom. Using an overlarge blasting charm here would be suicide. However, this was obviously not the time to think about it. Ivan was casting protective spells as fast as he could.
Pratigos, armor protecting. Impedimento, enchanted. The wooden bed is coming.
Ivan shouted as he set up several protective enchantments and pointed his wand at the bed, using it as his final line of defense. Barty Crouch Jr.'s hysterical laughter echoed around the room as the fireball grew to 4 feet in size. However, his hatred and pain were far beyond his ability to control, and the fireball exploded halfway through its flight. Hot flames and violent shockwaves spread in all directions. The protective spells that Ivan had carefully laid out cracked and shattered, and Barty Crouch Jr., the caster of the spell, was sent flying by the heat. A deafening explosion followed, and endless light and heat poured into the small space. It took over half a minute for the explosion to die down. Only the violent flames continued to devour everything in the room like maggots. The wooden table in front of them was charred black. Fortunately, the multiple layers of protection greatly weakened the explosive spell, and with the protection of the dragon scales, Ivan was able to hide behind it without being harmed. However, the sudden increase in temperature and the lack of oxygen caused great distress to Ivan, who would have passed out from lack of oxygen if not for the bubblehead spell.
Oh no, Professor Moody.
Ivan's face fell as he remembered that Moody was still there. Barty Crouch Jr.'s magic had been so powerful that he had forgotten about Moody. Ivan quickly turned his head to look for Moody and was surprised to see a golden barrier erected in the corner of the room. He could just make out 2 figures standing inside. The next moment, the golden barrier collapsed and Dumbledore appeared, clad in purple robes. Hermione was standing next to him, trying to hold her breath, her face flushed. Moody was lying unconscious on the floor, just like before.
Hermione, Professor Dumbledore.
Yvonne asked, surprised to see them.
You've done well, Hose.
Dumbledore gently waved his wand, and the flames around him began to drift towards him, only to be extinguished by the counter-curse.
Professor, if you're here, why didn't you stop Barty Jr. from casting the spell?
Yvonne asked Dumbledore, looking at him gloomily.
I beg your pardon for the poor reaction speed of an elderly wizard, Harles. I have only recently arrived.
Dumbledore raised his eyebrows apologetically. Ivan rolled his eyes. He refused to believe that Dumbledore had just arrived. He even suspected that the other party had been standing on the sidelines the entire time, watching him fight Moody and Barty Jr. Ivan grew angry at the thought, but before he could say anything, the space around him began to shake. He looked around frantically and was shocked to see the wooden walls crumbling rapidly.
The explosion destroyed the magic that was expanding this space, and it seems we need to get out of here.
Chapter 676, Master Legilimency's Terror.
Professor, how do we get out of here?
Hermione asked anxiously, looking toward the entrance, but the corridor had already collapsed, leaving only a deep darkness. Ivan closed his eyes and tried to sense if he could use apparition to teleport away. Unfortunately, the answer is no. It was still part of Hogwarts and was more like an extension of the Room of Requirement, so the wizarding teleportation spell could not be used there. The only exception was the venue of the Triwizard Cup, where the spatial seal had been lifted to facilitate the transportation of ores and building materials. This was also the reason why Barty Jr., despite having gained Harry's trust, chose to wait for Harry to win instead of giving him the key. Damn it, Barty Crouch Jr. might really be planning on perishing with me.
That's great, it's Fox.
Hermione exclaimed happily, knowing that the strange phoenix could perform instantaneous magic to get them out of Hogwarts. At the same time, the space around them began to crack even more violently, and deep cracks appeared in the floor beneath their feet. Ivan could feel his body being squeezed and pulled by the space around him.
Don't move, get ready.
Dumbledore growled and with a strength that belied his age, grabbed Moody from the floor. Ready for what? Ivan was surprised when he saw a golden-red flame erupt from Fox's body. From a distance, it looked as if another fiery fireball was hurtling towards them. There was a loud singing sound, and the golden-red fireball exploded, filling Ivan's vision with flames that quickly spread to everyone in the room. The next thing Ivan knew, the world was spinning, and when he came to, he was in the headmaster's office. It was late at night, and there was a rainstorm outside the window. A cold wind blew in through the open window. Several candles burned on a central desk, lighting the room along with a roaring fireplace. After Fox brought them here, he abandoned the charred corpse under his claw and flew to the olive branch, leisurely combing his feathers. As the cold wind blew, Ivan's nerves began to ease, though he was still a little shaken by the experience.
Professor Dumbledore, what would have happened if we hadn't escaped in time? It will be torn apart along with that space.
Dumbledore said cautiously.
However, the moment the space breaks apart, we will leave Hogwarts, and if the timing is good enough, we will have a chance to disapparate before our bodies are completely torn apart. Without Fox, it would be your only chance at survival.
As Dumbledore explained to Ivan and helped the unconscious Moody to a chair, Hermione hurried to his aid, worried that Dumbledore would be crushed under Moody's weight. As she listened to Dumbledore, Ivan reflected that Barty Crouch Jr. had deliberately used a large-scale explosive spell in a confined space. Whether or not this spell could kill him, that space would definitely collapse. This was the true killing move. If he went in there alone, in a life-threatening situation, Ivan was not certain he would be able to hold on to his one chance of survival. Ivan couldn't help but feel a little scared at the thought. Of course, the main reason he was forced into this situation was because he had underestimated Barty Jr.'s determination. He did not expect Barty Jr. to be so ruthless as to take him down with him, so he held back when he attacked. After all, he needed to capture Moody and Barty Jr. alive and get information about Lord Voldemort. Add to that his constant desire to try out his newly acquired blood magic, and Ivan spent most of his time fighting with the power of his dragonification, completely ignoring Serpentine and Boggart's transformations. As Ivan pondered this, Dumbledore placed the Elder Wand against Moody's temple, drawing the white mist from his brain. Dumbledore leaned closer, his eyes glowing blue under his half-moon spectacles, and could clearly see the impurities in the white mist.
It seems your guess was correct, Hulse. Voldemort altered Alastor's memory and used the Imperious Curse on him.
Dumbledore's face showed a rare hint of anger.
Will Professor Moody be all right?
Yvonne asked. Moody had been under the Imperious Curse for the better part of a year, and Yvonne was worried that the new defense against the dark arts professor might have suffered brain damage.
Fortunately, in order to maximize Alastor's autonomy, Voldemort was very meticulous, so there should be no lasting effects.
Dumbledore explained as he gently waved his wand, peeling off the impurities from the white mist. It took Dumbledore over 10 minutes to get the white mist back into Moody's head. Yvonne was struck dumb by this. If Dumbledore had any wicked ideas, he could have added something to change Moody's memory without anyone noticing.
I have sorted through his memories of the last year, and I am sure Alastor will be back to normal in a few moments.
Chapter 677, Magical Transformation.
Is he dead?
Hermione murmured, covering her mouth as she stared at the broken, disgusting body.
I think so.
Dumbledore nodded, as he had the impression that neither Madame Pomfrey's medical magic nor Snape's potion could save a roasted wizard.
It's a shame.
Said Ivan.
We might have been able to get something out of Barty Crouch Jr. if we'd caught him alive. We can't expect everything to be perfect, at least not now that Alastor has been saved. When he comes to his senses, he should be able to clear up some of our doubts.
Dumbledore said soothingly. He was also on the battlefield during the previous battle, but Barty Jr.'s suicidal actions took him by surprise. Yvonne nodded. She would have to hope for the best from Moody. Dumbledore waved his wand and conjured a white cloth to cover Barty Crouch Jr.'s body, then turned to Ivan and spoke in a low voice.
I must say, your progress has always been quite unexpected, Hulse. I thought you might need some help against Barty Jr. and Alastor.
Ivan shrugged helplessly, but before he could finish, Dumbledore interrupted.
There's no need to sell yourself short, Hals. I know all about Alastor's abilities, and with Barty Crouch Jr., who is well versed in the dark arts, even a collision between the two would be disastrous.
Having witnessed the entire battle, Dumbledore was able to see that, with the exception of Barty Jr.'s final suicide attack, Ivan was able to deal with the pair with ease. He was even more powerful than Severus, who might have been able to subdue Barty Jr. and Moody, but not as easily as Ivan. Hermione said proudly.
Professor McGonagall said in class the other day that Ivan's transfiguration is better than hers, and not far off from yours.
Ivan was embarrassed by Hermione's praise, as he understood that Professor McGonagall had taken his use of the transfiguration charm to be true. Unfortunately, that was all an act. Even he might not be able to do it now.
Ivan, your hands and face.
Ivan froze for a moment and quickly raised his hand to take a look. Although he had removed his dragon form at the end of the battle, his control over this new bloodline magic was limited. Perhaps because he had been in dragon form for too long, some of the dragon scales still remained on his arm. Ivan, embarrassed by Hermione's curious gaze and unable to see himself, said sheepishly.
Something like that, it's sort of my own magic. Is it ugly?
Hermione stared at Ivan for a moment, then blushed and shook her head. The scarlet scales were not ugly, and the way they covered Ivan's neck and arms gave him a certain charm. It was the faint pressure that made Hermione uncomfortable, as if she were being watched by a three-headed dog or a dragon. Hermione had no intention of hiding this from him and told him how she felt. Dragon's might? Yvonne raised her eyebrows. No wonder Barty Crouch and Moody were so distracted during the previous battles. He thought that someone was secretly helping him, but he did not expect the pressure to be from his dragonification. No wonder the transformed Snorkack was so afraid of him. As Ivan pondered this, Dumbledore spoke, his words harsh.
I think I need to warn you, Hales, that magic transfiguration is extremely dangerous, especially at your age.
Dumbledore's expression was very serious. He had noticed Ivan's strange behavior during the battle and combined it with several dragons from this year's Triwizard Cup. He soon realized that Ivan had used dragon blood to complete the magical transformation. If he remembered correctly, Ivan had unicorn blood in his first year, and in his second year, he underwent a second magical transformation under Tom Riddle's deception. It is incredible that a wizard can possess both bloodlines without losing control, and Dumbledore can only attribute this to Slytherin's skill in the field of potions. Perhaps.
Professor, what is a magical transfiguration? Is it dangerous? Is Ivan going to be all right?
Hermione asked before Ivan could reply. Dumbledore explained in a low voice.
Typically, wizards can only improve their magical abilities by practicing spells day after day and accumulating knowledge.
Is he dead? Hermione murmured, covering her mouth as she stared at the broken, disgusting body. I think so, Dumbledore nodded, as he had the impression that neither Madame Pomfrey's medical magic nor Snape's potion could save a roasted wizard. It's a shame, said Ivan. We might have been able to get something out of Barty Crouch Jr. if we'd caught him alive. We can't expect everything to be perfect, at least not now that Alastor has been saved. When he comes to his senses, he should be able to clear up some of our doubts, Dumbledore said soothingly. He was also on the battlefield during the previous battle, but Barty Jr.'s suicidal actions took him by surprise. Yvonne nodded. She would have to hope for the best from Moody. Dumbledore waved his wand and conjured a white cloth to cover Barty Crouch Jr.'s body, then turned to Ivan and spoke in a low voice. I must say, your progress has always been quite unexpected, Hulse. I thought you might need some help against Barty Jr. and Alastor.
Hales, I do not know exactly what magical knowledge you acquired in the Chamber of Slytherin, but I do know that every ritual associated with the transfiguration of magic is extremely dangerous, and that countless wizards have lost their lives in the process. As a result, wizards in the mainstream of the wizarding world from all over the world have abandoned such dangerous attempts.
Chapter 678, Where Are My Feet?
For nearly 100 years, you have been the only survivor of a successful magical transfiguration in all of Britain.
Dumbledore said sharply.
Who is it?
Yvonne asked automatically, as an image flashed through her mind.
Tom Riddle, or as we might call him, Voldemort,
said Dumbledore, looking searchingly at Ivan. Hermione was taken aback. Yvonne opened her mouth to defend herself, then closed it and said nothing. Dumbledore took in Ivan's reaction and continued speaking.
Tom's fear of death, coupled with his fascination with the power of magic, was extremely dangerous. Unaware of this, however, he continued his dangerous dark studies after his graduation from Hogwarts, mixing with the worst of the wizarding community and sinking deeper and deeper into the mire of dark magic.
A full 10 years after his graduation, he returned to Hogwarts once, hoping to take up a position in defense against the dark arts. With that, Dumbledore waved his wand and a strange, pale human face slowly appeared on the table. It was narrow and narrow like wax and strangely twisted.
That's what Tom was like at the time.
Dumbledore's words were filled with emotion and regret.
I guessed at the time that he must have undergone multiple magical transformations like you, but not nearly as lucky. Apparently, he lost control of his powers.
Ivan looked at the pale face at the table with a troubled expression. He was not surprised by the number of times Voldemort merged his blood, as Tom Riddle was the one who found and placed the book in the restricted section. Even he was able to find a way to fuse multiple bloodlines in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, let alone Tom Riddle, the true heir of Slytherin. However, the other party did not have the help of the system and could not solve the problem of blood conflict. They also refused to give up on this shortcut to quickly increase their strength, resulting in them becoming neither human nor ghost.
Professor, Ivan and you-know-who are different.
Hermione broke the silence. Ivan turned his head in surprise to find Hermione staring at him with a look of trust in her eyes.
You once told us that you-know-who was extremely selfish and didn't know what love was, nor did he have any friends. But Ivan wasn't like that. He helped Harry with his charms and changed Ron's clothes at the dance.
Hermione went on and on about how much Ivan had helped them, detailing every little detail in her memory. Ivan, who was listening, was embarrassed and moved by Hermione's confidence in him.
Of course, I am well aware of that, Miss Granger.
Dumbledore interrupted with a smile.
Hales is naturally different from Tom, and far superior to Tom.
Dumbledore must have thought his words were ambiguous, for he looked at Ivan and added,
Let us put it another way. Of all the students I have taught, no one, not even Tom Riddle, has achieved so much at your age. Your gift is beyond doubt, Hales. Surpassing me, even becoming the most powerful wizard in wizarding history, is only a matter of time.
Dumbledore said soothingly. In his opinion, Ivan's compatibility with several different bloodlines at once was incredible, but Ivan's use of his blood abilities could only be described as crude.
In addition, I want you to bear in mind, Hales, that the accumulation of knowledge and the power of belief is the foundation of a wizard's power, and that you will never understand the true mysteries of magic if you become intoxicated by the power of those bloodlines.
Dumbledore reminded him.
I understand, Professor.
Yvonne nodded quickly. He knew very well that Dumbledore meant him no harm and genuinely wanted to give him advice. He was well aware of the drawbacks of multiple magical transformations. If not for the assistance of the system, he would have been killed by the blood conflict during the blood fusion.
Where's my foot? Where's my foot? Get out of my head, you bedbugs, and face me if you dare.
To everyone's surprise, Moody acted like a madman, and Hermione tried to avoid being hit by his cane.
Are you all right, Professor Moody?
Moody waved it around for a while, then stopped, panting. He seemed to be in a daze as he stared at them with his strange magical eyes.
Oh, good evening, Albus, Miss Granger.
Dumbledore asked as he helped Moody to his feet.
Of course I do.
Moody said angrily, propping himself up with his cane.
Barty Crouch Jr. and Peter Pettigrew broke into my room, and I got into a fight with them, deliberately making a noise with the blast charm. But before the Ministry could get to me, they caught me.
Chapter 679. When did everyone know about my Marauder's map? Moody lashed out at the Aurors for their half-hearted behavior for several minutes before turning to Ivan and speaking.
Had the Aurors been as observant as you, Harles, that whelp would have been seen through. You flatter me, Professor Moody.
Ivan shrugged noncommittally. With Moody's violent temper, which Auror would dare question him?
And after that, Alistair?
Asked Dumbledore.
Then they held me for a while, as if they were planning something, and when the Aurors left, Barty released me, saying he would lead me to his master, Lord Voldemort.
Moody's face became grave.
Mystery man.
Hermione said, wide-eyed with surprise.
So Harry was telling the truth, and he's come back to life.
I was shocked at first, but I don't think so. At least I think so.
Moody mumbled, smacking his lips. Hermione was thoroughly confused, not quite understanding what Moody meant. Moody was quick to dispel her doubts, tapping his cane on the chair with his right hand, transforming it into an oval bundle with an opening like a baby cauldron.
This is the Voldemort I saw.
Moody exclaimed, his heart pounding as he recalled the scene. Hermione took a few steps closer and saw that the bundle really did contain a statue of a baby, so lifelike that it looked real. However, the strange thing was that the baby had a flat snake's face, and its exposed skin was dark red and covered in snake scales.
It's Lord Voldemort.
Hermione's head was spinning, and she could not reconcile the story's terrifying Dark Lord with the sight of a hideous, dead baby in front of her. Ivan did the same. He had to admit that Lord Voldemort was hideously ugly. It seemed that after losing most of its power, the basilisk's blood power had gone out of control to the point of serious mutating.
Hey, what do you think? Surprised?
Moody said sarcastically, grinning.
When we first met, I didn't think the famous Dark Lord would be in Peter's arms like a baby. When Barty pointed him out and told me he was the Dark Lord, I thought they were joking. Your guess is correct, Alistair. Voldemort did not really come back to life.
Dumbledore stared at the cauldron on the floor and the strange baby inside, then paused and continued solemnly. But compared to before, he became stronger, no longer a pathetic ghost, and gained a body, which meant he regained the ability to cast spells.
He tortured me for a night with the Cruciatus Curse, then altered my memory while I was at my weakest, leading me to believe that I was actually a fanatical Death Eater who had been working undercover for the Ministry of Magic.
I always knew it was wrong. Why would a Death Eater catch so many dark wizards? I tried to put it right, but I couldn't help it. He used the Imperious Curse on me, strengthening that belief and controlling my actions.
Had the Aurors been as observant as you, Harles, that whelp would have been seen through. You flatter me, Professor Moody.
That's not your problem, Alistair. Lord Voldemort is very well versed in the study of the soul and the dark arts. No one knows exactly how far he has gone.
Dumbledore reassured him. Yvonne nodded in agreement. Lord Voldemort might not have been fully revived, and his powers were far weaker than they had been at their peak, but he still had his foundations, and was not someone that most wizards could hope to match. It must be noted that Voldemort was able to take control of Barty Crouch, the former head of the executive branch, in an instant. Moody's performance, by contrast, was commendable, and it took Voldemort a while to get him under control. Of course, it could also be because altering memories is delicate, and requires the least amount of resistance from Moody. Yvonne was lost in her thoughts while Moody went on to say more. After that, Voldemort probably felt that I had given in, so he did not try to avoid talking to Peter and Barty Jr. I overheard them discussing a plan in which Voldemort had hoped Barty Crouch Jr. would enter Hogwarts disguised as me with Polyjuice Potion, in order to facilitate its execution. After all, using the Imperious Curse for remote control is not very convenient. They can only order me to do things, but they cannot know how things are going. I have to report to them periodically before little Barty can give me instructions again.
Then why did they change the plan halfway through?
Ivan asked with a frown, one of the two questions he had been puzzling over.
Don't know.
Moody shook his head, then thought better of it and went on.
I guess they're worried about your Marauder's map seeing through them.
It seems Pettigrew has given away quite a bit about me.
Ivan sneered.
The truth is, they wouldn't have been able to hide the map from us without Peter.
Moody said.
Many people in the wizarding world know that. It would be strange if Voldemort didn't notice.
Ivan was taken aback, a strange expression on his face. Since when did everyone know about his Marauder's map?
Have you forgotten, Ivan? You showed the Marauder's map to us last year when we were trying to turn the tables on Sirius, and it was on the front page of the Daily Prophet the day after.
Hermione reminded him. She had collected every Daily Prophet related to Ivan and read them many times, so she naturally remembered them well. Ivan smacked his head. He had forgotten about this. He had seen the Daily Prophet on the wall of the Chamber of Secrets, and Barty Jr. must have had a lot of free time on his hands. No wonder he was so protective of the Marauder's map.
You may have forgotten that Lord Voldemort was a master of memory, and he may have been able to help Peter retrieve some of his lost memories.
Dumbledore added.
Peter was one of the makers of that map, and must have known exactly how to avoid it.
Chapter 680, Wait, did that really happen? Why didn't I know? Ivan nodded at Dumbledore's words. Even a master alchemist like Voldemort could not be 100% certain that the isolation space would be able to evade detection by the Marauder's map without first seeing the object. So Voldemort must have found something in Peter Pettigrew's memory.
By the way, Professor, how did you and Hermione get past the Marauder's map? Or were you in the Chamber of Secrets before I arrived?
Yvonne asked curiously. Dumbledore had no intention of hiding anything and immediately explained.
Last year, at the end of school, I asked Sirius about the Marauder's map, and he told me about a very interesting name spell he had used on it, and it took me some time to decipher it and find a way to hide the name.
Actually, we were following you around this evening.
Hermione added. Ivan's mouth twitched. He had been so focused on tracking Moody's movements that he had not expected to be followed. Ivan is not surprised that Dumbledore has broken the spell on the Marauder's map. At the end of the day, it was only a slightly more powerful magical object, and with the crucial information provided by the founder Sirius, it was naturally not difficult for a master of magic like Dumbledore to obtain. He even suspected that Lord Voldemort could also create a charm that temporarily blocked the Marauder's map, but Barty Jr.'s powers were not strong enough to perform the spell, or rather, could not be used. After all, a Moody without a name is just as suspicious, and unless Voldemort could find a way to change it, it would be more reliable to control the true Moody with the Imperious Curse.
Well, I don't think this is the time to discuss it.
Dumbledore ended the conversation and turned to Moody.
Alistair, you have not told us exactly what Voldemort's plan is.
Moody said.
Through this Triwizard Cup.
Dumbledore asked again.
That's right.
Moody nodded.
Barty Jr. ordered me to change the rules of the tournament by casting a confounding charm on the Goblet of Fire, increasing the number of students allowed to attend the tournament to 4, and only 1 student from the 4th school will be allowed to attend, thus ensuring Harry's place as a champion.
But how are you going to get Harry to you-know-who?
Hermione was baffled. She had assumed that you-know-who intended to use the dragons and merpeople to get rid of Harry. Moody went on to explain.
By the time of the 3rd match, the champions would have entered a maze in search of the Triwizard Cup, and Barty Jr. was planning to swap the cup for a portkey, thereby bypassing Hogwarts' protective spells. And it'll be in the middle of a match, so we won't have to worry about anyone following us by magic for a while.
Moody went on and on, his mouth dry as he grabbed a glass of water and gulped it down, waiting for Ivan, Hermione, and Dumbledore to digest the information.
Then they must not have expected him to take part, and given the results of the first 2 matches, Harry's chances of winning were slim. So I assume you changed your plans along the way.
Dumbledore asked thoughtfully.
That's right, much to Barty's surprise, as underage wizards are banned from the Triwizard Cup. Fortunately, Harry was in second place, so it was easy to get rid of him.
Moody gave Ivan a pointed look.
No wonder you said you'd lure me here sooner or later.
Ivan muttered. There was just one thing that Ivan found strange. Barty Jr. was obviously prepared to die with him, but who would complete Voldemort's mission if he died? Yvonne voiced her doubt curiously.
I don't know about that.
Moody said, shaking his head.
But Barty Jr. could have lured you there the day before the match, so he could have placed the portkey in the maze first. And even if he had died, Harry would have had a good chance of winning.
Yvonne thought about it for a moment and decided that it made sense. The Goblet of Fire was special, and it had happened so suddenly that even if she disappeared on the day of the match would have to go on. As for the risks involved...
By the way, Professor Moody, I have one last question. If you were under the influence of Barty Jr.'s imperious curse, why did you bring me along to investigate the case and expose Mr. Crouch?
Yvonne asked.
To allay your suspicions of me, of course.
Moody raised his eyebrows and stared at Ivan for a long time. When Ivan became uncomfortable with the question, he continued.
I must say you are incredibly sharp, Hals. Barty Jr. kept me hidden from everyone at Hogwarts, even from Albus, except you. You suspected me the first time we met, didn't you?
Hearing this, Dumbledore and Hermione both turned to look at Ivan, equally puzzled. Under everyone's gaze, Ivan shrugged and replied freely.
I think I've explained to you, Professor, that it was because of the previous defense against the dark arts professors that I suspected you. Also, I was curious as to why you were wandering around in the middle of the night on the first day of school.
Moody nodded and realized that on the night of the first day of school, he had indeed gone to the kitchen to ask the house elves to prepare a meal for Barty Crouch Jr., presumably because Ivan was up at night and happened to be looking at the Marauders map.
No wonder you came out to follow me the other night.
Moody muttered.
Buddy here figured you'd found a clue, so he asked me to draw your attention to Crouch so he could give you something to do.
Chapter 681, Misunderstanding, It's All a Misunderstanding.
What, am I mistaken? It was the night before the first match, and if you weren't following me, what were you doing out in the middle of the night?
Moody asked, noting Ivan's reaction.
I think you're mistaken, Professor Moody. I had a message from Hagrid the other day, so I went with Harry to the Forbidden Forest to see the dragons.
Ivan explained with a shrug. Ivan then remembered what had happened that night and went to the kitchen to get some supper, where he ran into Moody.
No wonder.
Moody muttered to himself. When they first met, he thought Ivan's reaction was a little strange. However, after Ivan pestered him with all kinds of questions, he became even more certain that Ivan was following him at night.
By the way, Professor, were you really after Karkaroff that night?
Ivan asked suddenly.
Of course not. I'm sure you can think of the exact reason why, and I don't have to explain it to you, do I?
Moody said, shaking his head. He went to the kitchen that night as usual to prepare food for Barty Crouch Jr., but escaped when he sensed Ivan's suspicion and saw Karkaroff with his magical eye. Ivan also thought of this and was speechless. After all this, everyone misunderstood that night. Hermione was confused by their riddles, and Dumbledore looked at them curiously.
Alistair!
Moody had no intention of hiding the truth, so he briefly explained the situation before continuing.
Anyway, I told Barty Crouch Jr. about this, and he, like me, was under the mistaken impression that Hales had some crucial clue and was after us. So he ordered me to direct your attention to Crouch to allay your suspicions.
And he's not worried that I'll find out more from Mr. Crouch.
Yvonne mused, rubbing her chin.
Buddy Jr. didn't think you'd be so good at what you do. He thought you'd never find anything.
Moody rolled his eyes.
Buddy Crouch, his father, was a tough nut to crack, and Barty Jr. was counting on it to keep you occupied, so he asked me to play detective with you. Better yet, wait until the time is right to borrow your hand to get his father into Azkaban.
Moody added. Having worked with Barty Crouch Jr. for the better part of a year, he was well aware of how much Barty Jr. hated his father and wanted to return the favor by giving Crouch a taste of what it was like to be in Azkaban with Dementors. As he listened to Moody's story, Ivan was amazed at how much Barty Jr. had planned. If it weren't for the fact that he had a plot cheat and had been suspicious of Moody, coupled with the Marauders map, he might have been fooled. Barty Crouch Jr. died in a very aggrieved manner.
What a nice thought.
Dumbledore said with interest.
Yeah, he's got a few tricks up his sleeve.
Moody nodded in agreement. Barty Jr.'s schemes were killing two birds with one stone, and it was a shame that he'd run into a monster and planned to miss. It took Ivan only 10 minutes to uncover Crouch's secret, and Dumbledore did not manage to get Crouch into Azkaban as Barty had expected.
You'll never guess how angry Barty Jr. was when he found out.
Moody mocked, recalling the incident.
No, I think we've all had a taste of that anger tonight.
Ivan complained, looking at the broken body wrapped in white cloths. Only an angry wizard would cast a spell to kill himself. Dumbledore also glanced at Barty's remains and quickly asked.
Alasto, did Barty tell you why Voldemort wanted Harry? They're probably planning some dark ritual that will require Harry's services.
Moody said hesitantly. He was under the influence of the Imperious Curse, but he was only half of the team and could not get information that was too secret.
A magical ritual.
Dumbledore murmured, then paused and looked at Moody.
Get Barty for me, Alistair. I have something to ask him and something to tell him that we have found his son.
Moody agreed, used a transfiguration charm to get himself a makeshift leg, and left, leaning on his cane. Dumbledore then turned to Ivan and Hermione and said gently,
Harles, Miss Granger, I think you've had a long night, and it's time to go home and get some rest. Well, good night, Professor Dumbledore.
Ivan understood that Dumbledore was trying to get rid of him, so he didn't stay long and left with Hermione. After leaving the headmaster's office, the huge stone beast behind them slowly sank down and sealed the entrance with a dull thud. Ivan was about to head back to his room when Hermione threw her arms around him.
What is it, Hermione?
Yvonne was surprised.
Are you all right, Yvonne? Are you hurt? Do you want to go to the hospital wing for a checkup?
Hermione asked excitedly, then suddenly thought of something and muttered in distress.
Oh, I almost forgot. The hospital wing isn't open yet. I'm fine, absolutely fine, but isn't it a little late for you to be asking questions?
Chapter 682. Looks like Professor Moody has finally gone crazy.
I saw you fighting with Moody and Barty Jr., and I begged Professor Dumbledore to help, but he said you would be upset if he disturbed you.
Hermione explained.
No, I'd be delighted.
Ivan didn't know what to say. He wasn't a battle-mad or witch-mad man, so how could he be in the mood to fight? Ivan, however, understood that Dumbledore was merely making excuses. After all, what the professor was most interested in doing was guiding his students in secret or saying profound things that would allow others to understand. He wondered if it was a bad habit that came from being a professor and headmaster for decades. After saying goodbye to Hermione, Ivan quietly returned to the boys' dormitory. Dawn was breaking, but the roommates were still sound asleep. Seamus was hugging his blanket and talking in his sleep, while Ron's snores echoed throughout the room. After a long night's work, Ivan lay in bed, pulling off his shoes and socks in exhaustion, summing up the night's haul. With Barty Jr. dead and Harry safe, Lord Voldemort's careful planning was disrupted, much to Ivan's relief. However, some gloom still hung over Ivan as he recalled Trelawney's prophecy. Darkness approaches.
You are a great disappointment to me. There are so many differences, but Neville was the only one who noticed that my clothes were dirty and torn. Did no one see the scars on my arms and the replacement of my wooden leg?
Moody lashed out, spittle flying into Seamus's face. He had rushed over without washing his face in order to teach them a lesson in his current state, but was disappointed by the students' reactions. None of them had really noticed his unusual behavior. As he spoke, Moody showed off his new legs, which were still made of wood but now beautifully russet.
I want to report at least 5 feet long on the next lesson, on the differences understood.
Moody growled, thumping the table.
It looks like Professor Moody has finally lost his mind.
Ron exclaimed as they left the defense against the dark arts classroom.
We're not Muggle detectives. Who's going to notice if he's got a new leg today?
Harry nodded in agreement. Hermione couldn't stand it any longer and immediately retorted.
Professor Moody was right. You're so underobservant that if you'd only paid more attention, you'd have noticed some blood on the corners of his robes, which suggests.
Hermione paused, unsure if she should reveal what had happened the night before. Professor Dumbledore had not asked them to keep it a secret, but neither had he allowed them to. Harry and Ron were intrigued when Hermione mentioned blood and asked.
What does that tell you?
Hermione hesitated but did not speak directly. Instead, she glanced at Ivan, and when he did not stop her, she glared at them in exasperation.
Can't you see? It means Professor Moody's been in a fight.
Fight!
Said Harry, bewildered. Ron was also stunned for a moment before he blurted out.
Did he go after Snape last night?
Yvonne rolled her eyes, wondering why they always associated her with Snape.
It could be Karkaroff.
Harry said confidently. Aside from Snape, Karkaroff was the most likely suspect, as he and Ginny overheard Snape and Karkaroff discussing something during the Christmas ball.
Neither.
Hermione shot them a sharp look, dismissing their speculation. This only made Harry and Ron more suspicious, and they soon began questioning him relentlessly.
Will you stop asking? Professor Dumbledore will probably tell you in a few days.
Chapter 683, The Calm Before the Storm. After lunch, Harry and Ron, still trying to guess where Professor Moody had been going the night before, hid in the library with Hermione for the sake of peace.
Are we going to do more magic today?
Hermione asked Ivan as she sat down next to him with a thick book.
No, let's read for a while. I need to look up some information.
Ivan got up and took a few books on biological transformation from a shelf to read. He was so busy investigating Barty Jr. and Moody that he almost forgot about it. Fortunately, the poor crumple-horned snorkack didn't starve to death, and he put some grass and leaves and water in the jar beforehand, enough to last the creature a week. After a few days of observation, Ivan was able to determine that the crumple-horned snorkack would never return to its original form, a true biological transformation. He also attempted to perform a transfiguration charm on the crumple-horned snorkack to turn it into a button. The entire spell-casting process was very smooth and there were no obstacles along the way. It was no different from transforming into any other creature. After a period of time, the magic would disappear and the button would revert back to the crumple-horned snorkack. However, after a few experiments, the poor little fellow became a little jumpy, and Ivan was worried that he might accidentally kill it, so he let it go and did not continue to torment it. Ivan spent the rest of the afternoon searching for information on high-end transfiguration magic. Ever since his transfiguration had been upgraded to level 7, his proficiency had increased like a tortoise crawling, and normal magic practice had little effect. Therefore, he needed to find the key to the biological transformation and understand the principles behind it. If he could really crack it, his transfiguration would probably reach an unbelievable height, and the benefits would be self-evident. At the very least, he would have endless wealth. After all, if he could create creatures out of thin air, wouldn't it be easy for him to turn stones into gold? Wait, turning stone into gold.
Ivan, are you looking for something?
Hermione asked curiously, having noticed Ivan's unusual behavior.
Do you think it's possible for a wizard to transform a piece of wood into a completely non-existent creature and create a new species?
Ivan asked casually, flipping through the pages of his book.
How is that possible? Professor McGonagall told us at the beginning of the school year that magic can't change the nature of things.
Hermione retorted, thinking it was inconceivable that even Professor Dumbledore could do such a thing. Ivan, however, shook his head and pointed to a line on the page in his hand.
No, it's possible. Alchemy can do something like that.
Hermione leaned forward and read the words aloud.
Ancient alchemy involved the refinement of philosopher's stone, a magical substance of astonishing function, the most celebrated of which was the turning of stone into gold and brewing the elixir of immortality.
It shows that it's possible to convert something completely into something else.
Ivan said excitedly, raising his eyebrows. Apparently, according to the book, the stone could be used to convert matter and change it completely. Otherwise, it would not have been recorded in such a large volume. This was because simply conjuring a piece of gold was not a big deal. Many wizards and witches could do this with transfiguration, but it was only a temporary change. They might be able to fool muggles, but if they dared to use it in the wizarding world, they would be caught red-handed. Although this was different from his biological transformation, both had completely changed the essence of matter. Perhaps there was a connection.
That seems to be true, but Ivan,
Hermione teased Ivan when she saw a description of the stone.
are you going to make one?
You never know.
Chapter 684, A Fairy Tale 1. Sunday evening. After her last lesson, Ivan did not return to his room to rest as he usually did. Instead, he left the castle and headed for the Forbidden Forest. When she arrived at the meeting place, she was surprised to find Luna waiting for her. With her back to him, she stood quietly under the Whomping Willow, wearing a strange robe with many ornaments and a wreath of vines and flowers on her head. It was easy to imagine Luna being stared at strangely as she walked, but her outfit fit the entire Forbidden Forest as though she belonged there.
Looks like I'm late again.
Ivan said apologetically, taking a few steps forward.
No, you're just in time. I was just talking to this Whomping Willow.
Luna turned around and stared at Ivan with her light blue eyes. Ivan was taken aback for a moment, finding it difficult to understand how Luna managed to converse with a Whomping Willow, which actively attacked those who approached or touched it. Therefore, Ivan was worried that the willow would attack the young witch after seeing Luna standing under the tree with no protection. Perhaps guessing Ivan's thoughts, Luna reached out to caress the tree and explained.
The Whomping Willow is just afraid that we'll hurt it, and if it can sense that you mean well, then it won't hurt you.
Suspicious and curious, Ivan took a few steps into the Whomping Willow's range of attack, but the tree stood still and silent.
See, it's easy, isn't it?
Luna said quietly. Yvonne nodded and smiled.
Yes, it is amazing.
Luna also smiled, then seemed to think of something and said happily.
By the way, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you. What?
Yvonne asked, confused.
Congratulations on defeating the merpeople, the giant squid, and the Grindylow, and rescuing the fallen warriors and hostages. That was quite something.
Luna praised him with exaggerated enthusiasm. Ivan didn't know how to respond. To be honest, he didn't think his performance in the second match was impressive at all. All he could say was that his opponents were too lame for his liking.
Also, you defeated a dragon and flew on top of it, just like the dragoons do in the stories.
Luna said briskly, as if humming a tune. Ivan was even more embarrassed when Luna told him about Norbert and quickly interrupted her.
Well, don't flatter me. We have to find the tracking tree and the crumplehorn snorkack, don't we? Yeah, what are we waiting for?
Luna nodded, looking excited as she grabbed Ivan by the wrist and pulled him into the Forbidden Forest. Yvonne did not expect Luna's mood to change so quickly, but she allowed her to keep her from running, pointing the way.
You're going the wrong way.
Like that, but I think we should look over there. Are we there? We're almost there.
Yvonne called out as the sky turned completely dark. Deciding that the time was right, she pulled Luna sideways. After passing through a shrubbery, the road opened up. Ivan stopped and turned to Luna.
We're here,
He said.
This is it.
The witch was frozen in place, her beautiful blue eyes wide and staring at the scene in front of her. In front of her was a deep sea of flowers. Countless blue and purple flowers covered every corner of her vision, each petal glowing faintly in the night as if by magic. In the middle of the sea of flowers stood a towering tree. It was as thick as 3 men's arms and more than twice as tall as the trees in the distance. Its dense branches and leaves were like a big umbrella with a bluish-purple surface. Upon closer inspection, Luna saw that they were blue-purple flowers with petals falling from the sky from time to time. It was obvious that the flowers on the ground were falling from the trees. Luna stared at it for a long time, and Ivan was beginning to think that something might have gone wrong when the little witch suddenly moved. She grabbed the hem of her robe and ran into the sea of flowers. The earth seemed to have been awakened, and countless elves with pointed ears and glowing wings flew out from under the petals, lighting up the night sky.
The Traceless Fairies.
Chapter 685, Flowers in the Mirror, Moon in the Water. After fooling around in the sea of flowers for a while, Luna ran to the tree and looked up at it.
There really is a Traceless Immortal.
Luna turned her head slowly, her cool, dazed look gone. It was easy to see how pleased she was.
I've been here a lot, and I found it.
Yvonne began, embarrassed and vaguely uneasy. Because he found Luna's joy far greater than he had expected, the little witch seemed genuinely immersed in this fantasy. Ivan, however, was well aware that this fairy tale setting was all a sham. When the joy of a lie is punctured by cold reality, it often leads to greater disappointment. Luna didn't doubt Ivan for a moment, and then she turned her attention to the dark opening at the base of the tree. It looked very deep, with only a little fluorescent light.
This must be the home of the crumplehorn snorkack, right?
Luna asked curiously. Ivan nodded. Even though it was originally meant for spiders and basilisks, it had been tidied up a bit, and it was the only place that was empty and quiet. The two of them stood at the entrance and waited. A moment later, a tall, majestic creature with a pair of large, curved horns walked slowly out of the cave. Its silver-white fur looked extra gorgeous in the moonlight. It was over 2 meters tall and had a very strange appearance. It looked like a deer and had the hooves of a cow. At this moment, it was examining the 2 people in front of it with its yellow-orange eyes.
Yeah, it really is a crumplehorn snorkack.
Luna shouted happily. She carefully moved closer and wrapped her arms around the crumplehorned snorkack's neck, rubbing her head against its silver fur. The large man did not shy away from her advances and stood docilely where he was, allowing her to caress him.
Want to try riding one?
Yvonne asked with a smile.
May I?
Luna asked happily.
Of course.
Ivan stepped forward and helped Luna mount the crumplehorn snorkack. At first, Ivan was worried that Luna would fall and wondered if he should ride with the little witch, but Luna adapted quickly and sat down firmly on the snorkack's horn. Thus, Ivan abandoned the idea and watched in silence as Luna happily rode her silver beast around the flowers. When the waning moon was high in the sky and the magic of the transfiguration charm was about to wear off, Ivan called out to Luna, who was playing like crazy.
It's late, we should go back.
Luna seemed reluctant to part with the snorkack, but she nodded and hopped off its back, saying goodbye to the snorkack and the vanishing fairies. They left the forbidden forest in the same direction they had come from. Luna hummed along the way, seemingly in a good mood, while Ivan hesitated to speak. The castle gates were now within sight. As they passed the entrance hall, Ivan stopped and turned to the young witch, speaking apologetically.
I'm sorry, Luna.
It was cruel, but Ivan decided to reveal the truth because it would not be hidden for long. He did not have the energy to keep transfiguration going. One night was the best he could do.
Why are you apologizing to me?
Luna asked Ivan, looking at him with a puzzled expression.
That tree is beautiful, and the crumplehorned snorkack is wonderful.
Yeah, it's just that
Ivan began to explain, but Luna cut him off.
They only spend one night in the forbidden forest, don't they?
Said the little witch airily.
You can tell.
Ivan was surprised. He thought he was good enough at transfiguration not to be seen through. Luna blinked but did not answer Ivan's question. Ivan did not intend to pursue the matter any further. Now that he had been seen through, he did not want to hold back anymore. He took out a transparent jar from his pocket and showed it to the witch. Luna could clearly see a crumplehorned snorkack half the size of her hand in the jar, looking like a smaller version of the one in the forbidden forest.
Is it a crumplehorned snorkack baby?
Luna asked curiously.
No, it's a real snorkack.
Ivan said solemnly, shaking his head. To help Luna understand the meaning of the word.
Real?
Ivan unscrewed the jar and lifted the crumple-horned snorkack with his fingers. The poor creature must have been frightened out of its wits, for it let out a miserable wail, thinking that some demon was trying to torture it again. This time, however, Ivan was not there to experiment, so he simply waved his wand.
Finite incantatum, cursed stop.
There was a blinding flash of white light, and the crumple-horned snorkack remained where it was, staring at them with pitiful, innocent eyes. Luna certainly understood the meaning of Ivan's charm, which meant that she was facing a real and living snorkack. The witch's eyes lit up, and she stared at the strange creature in fascination until Ivan handed her the crumple-horned snorkack.
You really found it.
Luna exclaimed in delight. In the palm of his hand, the restless crumple-horned snorkack was wrestling with Luna's fingers with its curved horns. It was not at all as docile as its transformed counterpart in the Forbidden Forest. Instead, it was extremely irritable. However, Luna did not seem to care. She tried her best to calm the crumple-horned snorkack, then looked up at Ivan, her blue eyes misty, and said softly and gratefully,
Thank you for finding the crumple-horned snorkack for me, and thank you for showing me the traceless tree and the traceless fairy.
Yvonne said earnestly.
And if anything, I should be the one thanking you.
Chapter 686, The Foretelling of the Dream.
Yes, we're friends.
Luna said brightly, putting the crumple-horned snorkack in a jar and turning to Ivan for advice on how to raise the creature.
It eats grass and leaves, but I haven't tried anything else, so you'll have to find out for yourself.
Ivan replied with a smile. The two of them chatted as they walked until they reached the intersection of the towers. It was after 10 o'clock in the evening when Ivan walked through the dormitory door. The room was very dark with only a few candles burning on the wooden table. Harry was in bed early, which was unusual for him, while Seamus and Neville were sitting by the window, exchanging jokes. Ivan greeted the others who were still awake and prepared to go to bed. He had been busy for days and had spent the night fussing over Luna, so he was exhausted. However, as he passed Harry's bed, Ivan was vaguely aware of a cold, magical fluctuation and instinctively turned to look. On the next bed, Harry was wrapped in a blanket, his eyes tightly shut, his face contorted in pain. He was mumbling something under his breath, and the lightning scar on his forehead was glowing as if he were having a bad dream. Ivan frowned and took a few steps closer to Harry's bed. As he did so, a murmur of voices reached his ears.
No, you can't do that.
Harry muttered to himself, shaking his head from side to side, his face contorted in pain. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, soaking his pillow and bedding. Ivan's face grew more serious. He had no idea what Harry was dreaming about, but the information he was hearing in his sleep made him uneasy. Could Voldemort have learned of Barty Crouch Jr.'s death and was angry enough to kill someone to vent his anger? Suspicions arose in Ivan's mind, and he desperately wanted to get to the bottom of this, but he dared not casually wake Harry for fear of leaving out crucial information. As one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Harry would sometimes unconsciously enter Voldemort's mind to browse memory fragments or share visions with other Horcruxes and see secret information.
What about Professor Dumbledore? Where is Professor Dumbledore?
As he spoke, Harry felt his scar begin to ache again, as if he had been burned, and he let out a cry of pain. Seamus and the others jumped out of bed, worried, without even bothering to put on their shoes.
Are you all right, Harry?
Seamus asked, shaking Harry's shoulder vigorously to clear his head.
Or is your scar hurting again? Do you want us to take you to the hospital wing?
Ron asked.
No, I'm fine, and I don't have to go to the hospital wing. I have to go to Professor Dumbledore now.
Harry shook his head and scrambled out of bed.
But it's so late, the professor should be in bed by now. If you have something to do, you should go to him tomorrow.
Seamus couldn't understand why he was making such a fuss, so he asked.
Did you just have a bad dream, Harry?
It wasn't a dream.
Harry shouted angrily.
Did you see anything?
Yvonne asked solemnly.
Barty Crouch is dead. Voldemort is furious that he's been torturing someone with the Cruciatus curse.
Harry's words came out in a rush. He was desperately trying to describe the scene in his mind more clearly, but somehow they came out broken. Harry, however, managed to add.
Voldemort!
A strange silence fell over the room as Ron, Neville, and Seamus were stunned by Harry's words.
You were talking about you-know-who.
Seamus asked, looking at Harry in horror and taking 2 steps back, almost hitting the corner of the bed.
You had another dream about that one.
Ron knew better, so he wasn't as jumpy as Seamus. Ron was skeptical of Harry's claim.
You said Mr. Crouch was dead. How could that be? I saw him yesterday, sitting in the castle. But I did hear Voldemort say that.
Harry exclaimed, looking around before turning his attention back to Ivan, who was deep in thought.
Ivan, you have the map, don't you? We'll see.
Ivan came to his senses and nodded solemnly. He wanted to see if both Crouches were dead, so he took the Marauder's map out of his pocket. The next moment, a map of the castle appeared in front of everyone. Ron scanned the map and saw Barty Crouch there. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled.
Look, Harry, Mr. Crouch is still in the staff room, so you're just having nightmares.
Bewildered, Harry stared at the map for a long time without replying. Just as they were about to conclude the matter, Ivan spoke.
No, I'm afraid Harry is right. There was a Barty Crouch who died, but it was Mr. Crouch's son, Barty Jr., who sneaked into Hogwarts and tried to put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire. So Professor Moody was after him that day.
Harry asked anxiously, suddenly thinking of Moody's strange behavior a few days ago.
I suppose you could put it that way.
Chapter 687, If we can't stop him in time, it's all over.
What on earth are you talking about? Does Mr. Crouch have another son, and why did he put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire?
Seamus asked, confused and unable to understand Ivan. Ivan, however, had no intention of explaining himself, as his attention was caught by the names of the people in the headmaster's office. After glancing at the Marauder's map a few times, Ivan turned to Harry and said solemnly,
Let's go find Professor Dumbledore, who happens to be in his office. I'll explain to you more about little Barty on the way.
Harry nodded and, without changing his clothes, ran out of the room in his pajamas with Ivan.
Wait for me, I'm coming with you.
Ron shouted as he hurried after them. On the way to the headmaster's office, Ivan recounted the events of the past few days. After hearing Ivan's story, Harry and Ron were stunned into silence. It took a while for Ron to regain his composure.
You're saying Professor Moody was previously possessed by the Imperious Curse? How is that possible? He was a legendary Auror who captured so many dark wizards.
Harry, too, found it hard to believe. He had been watching Moody's performance all this time, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him the best defense against the dark arts professor he had ever had, not to mention the fact that Moody had been kind to Harry and had even spoken up for Malfoy.
Have you forgotten, Harry, that the more brilliant a dark wizard is, the better at spinning lies, like that first-year Professor Quirrell? Who would have believed him if he hadn't given himself away?
Ivan reminded him. Harry and Ron were speechless, but soon asked Ivan why he hadn't told them earlier. Harry was particularly troubled by this, believing that he should at least have a right to know since he was the one Voldemort was after. But now Barty Crouch Jr. was dead, and he had just found out that Voldemort was trying to frame him.
At first, I was just guessing. What if I said it too early and got it wrong? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?
Ivan shrugged and explained. Harry was about to ask more questions, but the entrance to the headmaster's office was too close for comfort.
Frozen lemon juice,
Ivan said to the giant stone beast in front of the door. In order to facilitate reporting matters in an emergency, Dumbledore had given him the import and export orders for the headmaster's office in recent months. The huge stone beast rumbled and moved slowly to make way for Ivan and the others to climb the spiral staircase. Before they could enter the headmaster's office, the sound of a heated argument could be heard. Harry and Ron vaguely recognized the voices of Fudge and Umbridge. Ivan was not surprised. He had seen the names of these two and some Aurors on the Marauder's map. Upstairs, Ivan was not surprised to see a crowd of people in the headmaster's office. The leader of the group was Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, who was pointing at Barty Crouch Jr.'s corpse on the floor.
Albus, so you have summoned me here to tell me that this charred corpse with its face obscured is the son of Mr. Crouch, Barty Jr., the Death Eater who died in Azkaban a dozen years ago.
What on earth are you talking about? Does Mr. Crouch have another son? And why did he put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire? Seamus asked, confused and unable to understand Ivan. Ivan, however, had no intention of explaining himself, as his attention was caught by the names of the people in the headmaster's office. After glancing at the Marauder's map a few times, Ivan turned to Harry and said solemnly, "Let's go. Let's go find Professor Dumbledore, who happens to be in his office. I'll explain to you more about little Barty on the way." Harry nodded and, without changing his clothes, ran out of the room in his pajamas with Ivan. "Wait for me, I'm coming with you," Ron shouted as he hurried after them. On the way to the headmaster's office, Ivan recounted the events of the past few days. After hearing Ivan's story, Harry and Ron were stunned into silence. It took a while for Ron to regain his composure. "You're saying Professor Moody was previously possessed by the Imperious Curse? How is that possible? He was a legendary Auror who captured so many dark wizards." Harry, too, found it hard to believe. He had been watching Moody's performance all this time, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him the best defense against the dark arts professor he had ever had, not to mention the fact that Moody had been kind to Harry and had even spoken up for Malfoy. "Have you forgotten, Harry, that the more brilliant a dark wizard is, the better at spinning lies like that first-year Professor Quirrell? Who would have believed him if he hadn't given himself away?" Ivan reminded him. Harry and Ron were speechless, but soon asked Ivan why he hadn't told them earlier. Harry was particularly troubled by this, believing that he should at least have a right to know since he was the one Voldemort was after. But now Barty Crouch Jr. was dead, and he had just found out that Voldemort was trying to frame him. "At first I was just guessing. What if I said it too early and got it wrong? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?"
I know this is hard for you to accept, Cornelius, so I've asked Alistair to bring Barty over, and he'll tell you if it's true. I don't suppose you thought Barty would be willing to risk a lifetime in Azkaban by lying to you. That would be more absurd than anything I've told you, wouldn't it?
Dumbledore's words were sharp, and the weight of his gaze seemed to weigh heavily on everyone's hearts. Fudge lost his composure and looked around in a panic, as if expecting someone to step in and contradict Dumbledore. However, all the Aurors cowered, and even Umbridge, who was usually the most active of them all, did not move. Her mouth seemed to have been sewn shut and she was unable to speak. Fudge took a few uneasy steps back until he was in the crowd. Fudge took the pressure as a provocation from Dumbledore and spoke forcefully.
Albus!
"What on earth are you talking about? Does Mr. Crouch have another son? And why did he put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire?" Seamus asked, confused and unable to understand Ivan. Ivan, however, had no intention of explaining himself, as his attention was caught by the names of the people in the headmaster's office. After glancing at the Marauder's map a few times, Ivan turned to Harry and said solemnly, "Let's go. Let's go find Professor Dumbledore, who happens to be in his office. I'll explain to you more about little Barty on the way." Harry nodded and, without changing his clothes, ran out of the room in his pajamas with Ivan. "Wait for me, I'm coming with you," Ron shouted as he hurried after them. On the way to the headmaster's office, Ivan recounted the events of the past few days. After hearing Ivan's story, Harry and Ron were stunned into silence. It took a while for Ron to regain his composure. "You're saying Professor Moody was previously possessed by the Imperious Curse? How is that possible? He was a legendary Auror who captured so many dark wizards." Harry, too, found it hard to believe. He had been watching Moody's performance all this time, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him the best defense against the dark arts professor he had ever had, not to mention the fact that Moody had been kind to Harry and had even spoken up for Malfoy. "Have you forgotten, Harry, that the more brilliant a dark wizard is, the better at spinning lies like that first-year Professor Quirrell? Who would have believed him if he hadn't given himself away?" Ivan reminded him. Harry and Ron were speechless, but soon asked Ivan why he hadn't told them earlier. Harry was particularly troubled by this, believing that he should at least have a right to know since he was the one Voldemort was after. But now Barty Crouch Jr. was dead, and he had just found out that Voldemort was trying to frame him. At first, I was just guessing. What if I said it too early and got it wrong? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?
No, you're wrong, Mr. Minister.
The sudden words interrupted their conversation, and everyone looked over. Harry, who was blocking the door, managed to free himself from the two Aurors and bravely stood in front of them. Ivan had no choice but to follow him. He was only there to hear useful information, not to be a target.
Oh, Mr. Potter and...
Fudge said flatly, his eyes narrowed. The timing of Ivan and the others' arrival was rather coincidental. Ron was ignored by Fudge, who only remembered him as a Weasley brat.
Voldemort is alive, Minister. I saw him with my own eyes.
Harry's first words shocked everyone present. Fudge was completely stunned, and the Aurors looked equally terrified. Harry, however, had no intention of stopping and continued urgently.
He's on his way back now, planning to murder a Muggle village to restore his power, and if we don't stop him soon, it's over.
Chapter 688, Stubborn Fudge. Harry's words were like a deep-water bomb dropped into a calm black lake, causing an uproar in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore frowned and stared at Harry without speaking. Fudge's face was contorted, and he angrily interrupted Harry.
Nonsense, you could never have met him, you must be lying. I didn't, sir.
Harry tried to defend himself, but Umbridge interrupted him.
You said you knew about the you-know-who's plan, Potter.
Umbridge demanded. Harry nodded his head blankly.
That is the greatest lie of all. If, as you claim, you know who is alive and planning something secret, how did you hear of it?
Umbridge's words were harsh, her serpent-like eyes fixed on Harry.
It was Voldemort himself.
Harry shouted back.
I had a dream in which I turned into a snake and sneaked into a hut where Voldemort was staying, talking to Peter Pettigrew.
Before he could finish, Umbridge laughed mockingly.
A dream!
Fudge's lips curled into a sardonic smile, and he turned to the Aurors and said,
Ah, it seems the matter is perfectly clear.
The Aurors laughed at this, and the heavy atmosphere in the headmaster's office was swept away.
It's not the first time, Mr. Minister. I dreamed of him last time, trying to catch me, and Barty Crouch dropped my name in the goblet of fire.
Harry stammered, trying to defend himself. Fudge paid no attention to what Harry was saying and snapped at him impatiently.
Listen, boy, this is no place to fool around, and I don't have time for your ridiculous dreams, and the Ministry has more important things to deal with.
Fudge complained, looking at Dumbledore.
Sometimes dreams bring omens.
Dumbledore's face remained calm, but his gaze upon Fudge was filled with a power that was hard to put into words.
How else are you going to explain the dark mark that rose from the Quidditch Cup this year? Peter Pettigrew's escape was also a most telling sign.
Nonsense, you could never have met him, you must be lying. I didn't, sir.
That's enough, don't talk to me about this.
Fudge snapped, cutting Dumbledore off, his face turning purple with anger.
Are you telling me this child has the gift of the seer? And that Peter Pettigrew is dead and the Dementors killed him right in front of me and I know better than you do? The dark mark that day was just an accident and the Aurors have received word of it. It's only a matter of time before they catch the troublemakers.
Fudge countered Dumbledore's every word with the sharpest of words. He could not understand why Dumbledore was stirring up such panic when the wizarding community was in such peace, and the Dark Lord had been wreaking havoc for more than a decade, and the Death Eaters were locked up in Azkaban. And he, as Minister for Magic, had worked so hard over the years to maintain this peaceful scene. Fudge even suspected that Dumbledore was deliberately trying to create a crisis, as he was known to be the only one the Dark Lord feared, thus allowing Dumbledore to raise his voice and oust Fudge as Minister for Magic. The atmosphere in the headmaster's office remained tense, and no words from Dumbledore could sway Fudge. Ivan, watching from the sidelines, shook his head to himself. He knew very well that Fudge would never accept reality unless Voldemort came back to life right then and there. Instead, Fudge would stubbornly believe that this was all part of Dumbledore's political machinations to gain power over him. After a fruitless discussion, Fudge left angrily, only to be interrupted by another set of footsteps.
It must be Barty.
Dumbledore guessed, turning to look at the door. Fudge stopped in his tracks. As Dumbledore had expected, Crouch soon came through the door, Moody at his side, cane in hand. Upon entering, Moody's magical blue eye scanned the headmaster's office and caught the looks on Fudge's and Dumbledore's faces.
It seems your discussion did not go well. Cornelius does not agree with me.
Dumbledore replied, raising his eyebrows.
How do you expect me to believe you, Albus?
Fudge demanded angrily.
The Ministry of Magic is a place of evidence, and you can't expect me to tell the Aurors, the savior of the wizarding world, Harry Potter, that he had a dream, so they'll have to go to all the trouble of finding the mysterious man who's been dead for over a decade. It's more than that. There's a lot of evidence in front of you, Cornelius. It's just that you refuse to believe it.
Dumbledore growled.
Proof? Where? Why didn't I see it?
Fudge scoffed, turning back to the floor.
Or are you referring to this charred corpse with its face obscured? No one can prove that it was Barty Crouch Jr. I can prove it.
Crouch, who had been silent for a long time, took a few steps closer. He was also looking at the corpse covered in white cloth with a troubled expression.
Cornelius, he's my son. I can't be mistaken, and there's no point in lying to you.
Chapter 689. If you had been more decisive back then, would there have been so many matters now? Crouch did not show any signs of resistance in the face of the Aurors. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief and cooperatively extended his hands to allow the Aurors to put the shackles on him.
So you've finally come to your senses, Cornelius. Are you going to arrest me for bending the law? The alleged murder of Bertha Jorkins. She has been missing for nearly a year, and you were the last person to see her.
Fudge snapped. Crouch's face froze, and he looked at Fudge in disbelief.
As I'm sure Dumbledore explained to you, all I did was put a powerful memory charm on Bertha Jorkins, and she went all the way to Romania and you know who.
Fudge said before Crouch could finish his sentence.
Who knows if you're lying? I'd rather believe you're trying to pin this on you know who. It just so happens that there's another body here whose face can't be seen, and I suspect she's Bertha Jorkins.
Fudge coldly ordered the Aurors to take the charred corpse with them. Dumbledore watched Fudge and the Aurors, anger on his face as he realized that he could not count on the Ministry for help.
I almost forgot.
Fudge led the way to the door, then remembered something and turned to Ivan.
Hales, if I'm not mistaken, you were there and found the body, right? So you'll have to come along and take a statement.
Ivan was amused by Fudge's statement, and he could see that Fudge was threatening him to perjure himself in order to convict him of the murder of Bertha Jorkins. Otherwise, it would not be a coincidence that I found this body, but rather that I was involved in the murder with Crouch.
I think you need to brush up on that, Minister Fudge. Barty Jr. died by suicide. All you have to do is test the wand he used with the flashback charm, and you'll see that it had nothing to do with me or Mr. Crouch. In addition, I need to remind you, Minister, that even if one's face can't be seen clearly, professionals can still tell a person's age and gender from their bones.
So you've finally come to your senses, Cornelius. Are you going to arrest me for bending the law? The alleged murder of Bertha Jorkins. She has been missing for nearly a year, and you were the last person to see her? Fudge snapped. Crouch's face froze, and he looked at Fudge in disbelief. As I'm sure Dumbledore explained to you, all I did was put a powerful memory charm on Bertha Jorkins, and she went all the way to Romania and you know who.
Do you have any other questions that I can help you with?
Fudge choked and could not reply for a long time.
Hales was right.
Moody agreed.
I heard from Crouch that Aurors were with him when he buried his son, so I'm sure you'll be able to find the exact location of the body. If you don't believe me, you can dig up the grave and check it out.
That was over 10 years ago. Who would remember where it was buried?
Fudge replied, shaking his head impatiently.
If they happen to forget, my pensive will help them remember.
Dumbledore suddenly exclaimed, blocking Fudge's final excuse. This successfully angered Fudge, who glanced at Dumbledore, then back at Ivan, Moody, and Harry, his expression turning malevolent.
Good,
Fudge said angrily.
The only one I want to deal with is Lord Voldemort. If you wish, it will not be so difficult to find out the truth, Cornelius.
Dumbledore growled.
I'll send someone to find out what happened. There's a pensive at the Ministry of Magic that doesn't need your help.
Fudge said through gritted teeth, turning to Umbridge and the others.
Let's go.
Relieved to hear this, the Aurors, not wanting to stay a moment longer, grabbed Crouch and Barty Jr.'s bodies and followed. When they left the headmaster's office, the room became empty.
Professor Dumbledore, are we just going to let them take Mr. Crouch?
Ivan was worried that Fudge would simply silence him when he returned. There were precedents in the original timeline.
Don't worry, Hulse, Barty will be fine.
Dumbledore assured him.
He wouldn't be so scared if he had the guts to kill Barty.
Moody scoffed. Crouch was a pure-blood wizard of unusual status, having previously been the head of the executive branch and had many friends within the ministry. With this in mind, Moody turned to Dumbledore and asked,
Regret it, Albus.
Dumbledore is silent. He certainly knows what Moody is asking. The current Minister for Magic Fudge was elected by him.
If you'd readily accepted the position of Minister for Magic, there would be so much going on.
Moody groused. After the end of the Wizarding War, the Ministry of Magic sent people to Hogwarts a dozen times to ask Dumbledore for the post of Minister for Magic, but each time they were refused and Fudge was chosen.
This is not the time or place for this, Alistair.
Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Dumbledore changed the subject, turning to Harry and asking him to recount his experiences in the dream. Harry nodded, trying to remember as best he could, telling her everything he had seen through the snake's eyes. Dumbledore was silent for a long time, his expression grave when he heard that Voldemort was preparing to massacre an entire Muggle village to regain his strength.
Do you think that could be true?
Harry asked nervously.
It is possible, as some high-level dark rituals require the use of death rites.
Chapter 690, Voldemort Really Never Rests.
Hales, have you and Miss Granger told anyone about Barty Jr.?
Dumbledore asked. Yvonne shook her head hesitantly. He was very aware of the importance of secrecy and was usually very cautious about it. She would probably keep it to herself. Harry and Ron both learned about Barty Crouch Jr. only today and were previously semi-informed.
It can't be the children, Albus.
Moody said grimly, frowning.
It's only been a week since Barty Jr. died, and even if one of the students did happen to hear about it, it would never have reached his ears so quickly.
Lord Voldemort was a loner these days, and his sources of information were very limited, so someone must have passed the information on to him.
Could the Ministry have leaked it?
Yvonne asked, thinking of this immediately. The Ministry of Magic's intelligence network was like a sieve to him. For example, this year's Triwizard Cup was supposed to be a secret, but many people knew about it before the start of the school year. Ivan therefore suspected that a high-ranking member of that department had defected to Lord Voldemort and was acting as a spy for the Dark Lord. However, even as Ivan was thinking this, Dumbledore shot down his guess.
There is no such possibility. I only told Fudge about Barty Jr. tonight. That's odd, considering we're the only ones who should know.
Moody raised his eyebrows, glancing from Ivan to Harry and back to Dumbledore before speaking again.
Could it be Barty, or someone he told?
Yvonne agreed that it was possible. The only people who knew about this were Dumbledore, Moody, Hermione, Crouch, and herself, and if they had not revealed it, it would have been Crouch.
I don't think Barty would talk about it so easily. Perhaps Voldemort put some sort of warning spell on Barty Jr. that made him aware of all of this.
Dumbledore interrupted their conjectures. The situation was urgent, and they needed to be as united as possible rather than suspicious.
In short, the most important thing is to find out where the village is and stop the tragedy.
Dumbledore added,
But England is so big, how are we going to find out where exactly you know who is going to attack?
Ron asked, puzzled. All Harry knew was that you know who was planning to attack, but he had no idea where the village was, not even a clue.
With Voldemort's mobility impaired and his powers not yet fully restored, it will not be easy for him to wipe out a Muggle village.
Ivan muttered to himself. Muggles are not stupid. It's not like they don't know how to fight and run from danger. Even 1,000 pigs thrown into a village would take days to kill, let alone humans. Moody thought this made sense, so he went along with Ivan's reasoning.
So Voldemort would try to choose a small village in the middle of nowhere. And there certainly wouldn't be too many muggles living there, probably dozens or hundreds of people, so we could rule out the vast majority.
Dumbledore nodded.
It should also be noted that Tom is a very nostalgic man, so we should be able to get a lock on where he wants to attack.
You mean the village near the cave?
Yvonne was impressed. She could guess where Dumbledore was referring to. However, it was precisely because they knew that they were shocked. No one with a shred of conscience would be crazy enough to direct their conflict at the place where they had played as children. However, Voldemort was apparently an exception, as he attempted to murder his childhood playmates near the village.
That's right, it's the most likely place if Voldemort really is planning a massacre.
Dumbledore rumbled. Some time ago, he visited the village while investigating Horcruxes. It was sparsely populated, faced the sea, and was surrounded by mountains and cliffs. Even if something terrible were to happen, the Muggle government would not be able to support them in time. With this in mind, Dumbledore turned to Moody.
Alasto, since we can no longer count on Cornelius, I'm afraid we will have to do this ourselves. Should have done it earlier, Albus.
Moody grinned.
Should I go get them all? No, I'll put Fox in charge of informing them.
Dumbledore shook his head. Moody was still a defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, so he usually had to prepare for lessons, and Phoenix was the one who handled small matters like liaising.
What about us, Professor Dumbledore? What should we do?
Harry, who had not been able to get a word in edgewise, asked.
All you have to do is stay in school and protect yourselves.
Dumbledore replied earnestly.
But
Harry opened his mouth to retort.
Your safety is as important as the protection of the village, Harry.
Dumbledore interrupted.
We cannot be certain that Lord Voldemort was really planning a massacre, or that it was a ruse, so we must be prepared for both.
Without waiting for Harry's response, Dumbledore instructed Ivan and the others to keep the events of the night to themselves for the time being, so as not to reveal them again.
Professor, may I share this information with Hermione?
Yvonne asked suddenly, thinking that Hermione would be clever enough to get information out of Harry and Ron, and would find it difficult to keep it from her.
Of course, Miss Granger is equally trustworthy.
Chapter 691, the day before the competition. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. However, to the surprise of Ivan and the others, the wizarding world was very peaceful these days, and the school classes went on as usual. Even during potions lessons, Snape rarely gave them trouble, but his face was as dark as ever, as if Dumbledore had given him a new assignment. As the end of term approached, the atmosphere in the castle became so tense that the library and lounge, which had been empty earlier in the afternoon, were suddenly packed. As champions, Ivan and Harry had more on their plate, as they had to prepare for the upcoming third match. Hermione was just as nervous as they were, having spent the last few days sorting out the spells that might be needed for the match and ensuring that Ivan and Harry had mastered them.
Professor Moody once said that the final match will be held in a large maze, in which some clever traps and dangerous magical creatures will be placed as a test.
Hermione gave Harry instructions on how to play the game and advised him to practice the offensive charms listed in his list so that he was prepared to fight his opponents in the maze. Harry kept nodding but seemed distracted throughout. Ron patted him on the shoulder reassuringly.
Stop thinking about you-know-who, Harry. For all we know, it was just a bad dream you had, and it's been over 2 months, and you-know-who would have done something if it had. It couldn't have been a dream, Ron.
Harry retorted.
I didn't even know who Barty Jr. was at the time, but I heard Voldemort mention his death. Do you think that's possible? But even if that's true, there's nothing we can do about it right now. You might as well think about the game in a few days.
Ron said with a smirk. Harry did not reply, understanding that Ron was right. In fact, his peace over the past 2 months had caused him to question the dream's veracity, fearing that his words would be wasted on the professors. With this in mind, Harry sighed and turned his attention to the long list of spells he had mastered over the past 2 months, although he was still unfamiliar with high-end charms like the armor charm. Ivan, a fellow champion, was much more relaxed. He had mastered all the basic magic on the list years ago, and his graduation exams had never been a problem for Ivan, so he was the most relaxed person in the lounge, carefully flipping through a daily prophet. The incident with Barty Jr. had put Ivan on his guard, and he placed a great deal of importance on information. Reading the newspaper had become a daily habit for him, as he did not want to miss out on crucial information. Recently, however, the Daily Prophet had been full of stories about the Triwizard Tournament, other than gossip. There was not a single mention of Barty Crouch's arrest, and Ivan guessed that Fudge must have kept it quiet. After flipping through the pages for a while, Ivan, expecting to see a lot of gossip today, was caught by something on one of the pages. Ivan threw the Daily Prophet on the table and pointed to a column of news.
Take a look at this.
Harry, Ron, and Hermione all glanced at it curiously.
A muggle was attacked by a jinx 3 days ago.
Hermione asked, bewildered after reading the news.
Yes, and it happened in that village by the sea.
Ivan said confidently. The Daily Prophet did not state this explicitly, but Ivan was able to make a rough estimate based on the familiar background in the photograph.
Peter and Voldemort must be on the move. Let's go and tell Professor Dumbledore.
Harry threw down the book he was reading in excitement and started to run. Ivan pulled him back and said helplessly,
No need, Harry. You don't think Professor Dumbledore doesn't already know that, do you? Remember, the professor has people watching the place.
Perhaps it was Professor Dumbledore who drove you-know-who away.
Hermione suggested.
So you're saying your plan is ruined?
Ron was delighted. He had been frightened by the news that you-know-who was planning to bring back the village.
It's not that easy.
Ivan shook his head solemnly, thinking that Dumbledore and Voldemort had not yet met. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Voldemort to escape from Dumbledore in his half-dead condition, and the Daily Prophet did not mention any signs of wizarding combat. This meant that Lord Voldemort was still lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. After 2 months of inaction, Ivan thought it likely that Voldemort was looking for a suitable moment to strike, such as the day the Goblet of Fire's final match began. Dumbledore, as referee of the Triwizard Tournament, would remain at Hogwarts that day to preside over the tournament, and Voldemort would presumably be much more relieved to be rid of Dumbledore. The attack might have been a test, but it remained to be seen how the members of the Order of the Phoenix dealt with it. While they were discussing this, an owl flew through the opening in the window, circled the lounge, and flew straight at Harry, dropping the envelope on the table. Harry deftly opened the envelope and extracted the parchment inside. He was extremely excited when he read the letter.
Who sent you the letter? What did it say?
Yvonne asked curiously.
It's serious. He said in his letter that the ministry would invite the families of the champions to watch the third match, and he's going to be there that day, too.
Harry exclaimed happily.
That's good news.
Chapter 724. 724 I'm not trying to avoid him, 2 years ago. Chapter 692 I'm not trying to avoid him.
Harry Potter, come here.
Yvonne and Harry looked at each other, then stood up and followed.
Professor, isn't the game at night? Why are you calling us now?
Harry asked curiously.
Yes, you remember correctly, Potter. The match is tonight.
McGonagall nodded and smiled.
But the family members of the champions have been invited to the final. They're in the conference room. I'm sure you'll want to see them before the match.
The trio made their way to the front door, where McGonagall turned the handle and pushed it open. Victor Crumb was sitting in a corner of the room with his parents, talking in Bulgarian, and Fleur and Gabrielle were with a middle-aged witch, presumably her mother. Yvonne glanced at it, then looked away. She scanned the room and spotted Alicia by the stove. Mrs. Weasley and Sirius were there as well, and the three of them seemed to be chatting, though not happily. Bill, who was smiling wryly and unable to get a word in edgewise, was relieved to see Harry and Ivan enter the room.
Hey Harry, Hal's over here.
Bill's words successfully pacified the parents, and Alicia gave up arguing with Mrs. Weasley and immediately turned her attention to Ivan.
Mother, what are you doing here?
Ivan was both delighted and surprised. He had assumed that Alicia would not set foot in Hogwarts out of disgust at Dumbledore.
What? You're not too happy to see me at school?
Alicia pretended to be annoyed and pinched Ivan's cheek.
Of course not.
Ivan shook his head quickly. Alicia laughed, understanding Ivan's misgivings, and explained.
I would hate to be absent from something as important as your participation in the Triwizard Tournament. And if anything, it should be your headmaster who is worried about running into me, not the other way around.
Alicia's words were laced with resentment. Ivan was curious, but he kept his questions to himself, knowing that Alicia would most likely not tell him. At the same time, Sirius and Mrs. Weasley gathered around Harry to see how he was doing. The atmosphere was much more relaxed, presumably because the children were in the meeting room, and Mrs. Weasley came forward to give Ivan a big hug. Sirius was the only one who kept a straight face, though at least there were no more arguments in the meeting room. Considering that none of them seemed to get along well with each other, Ivan took the initiative to ask Alicia to accompany him for a walk around the castle.
It's been a long time since I've been to Hogwarts, and I thought I'd take a look at all the changes.
Alicia nodded in agreement. Ivan greeted Harry and the others, then left the room with Alicia. As they passed through the entrance hall, Ivan was surprised to find that all of the wandering ghosts avoided them, and even the usually bold Peeves fled in terror when they saw Alicia. Yvonne turned to her mother, wondering why the ghosts were so afraid of her.
When I was in school, I used to tease these spirits out of boredom, but I didn't expect them to remember after all these years.
Ivan's mouth twitched, and he thought it might be more than teasing as he had.
Tease.
Chapter 693, The Third Match. If he had cast a fear charm on Peeves from time to time over the years, Peeves would have been impressed. Ivan smiled at the thought. As a child, Alicia was more mischievous than he had ever imagined. The two of them chatted as they strolled through the sun-dappled grass, before heading to the Black Lake to check on Beauxbatons's luxurious carriage and the massive ghost ship docked there. After some back-and-forth questioning, Ivan learned that his mother, Alicia, was a year younger than Sirius and Snape, and that she had not had much contact with them during her student years. Alicia was not particularly keen on the subject, and soon changed the subject to the Triwizard Cup. Despite the Daily Prophet's detailed report of the results and events of each match, she was nonetheless intrigued by Ivan's victory over the dragon and the rescue of the hostages underwater. This was especially true of the latter, as, thanks to Rita Skeeter's machinations, Ivan's underwater rescue mission was rendered into a cheesy love story of a love triangle. The hero Ivan Howells and his beloved Miss Granger made love after a kiss at the bottom of the lake, only to encounter Miss Delacour on their way back.
Mum, I've only met Fleur a couple of times. There's no love lost between us, and I only saved her because Hermione suggested.
What about Miss Granger? I read in the Daily Prophet that she was your partner. Was that fake too?
Alicia asked with a smile. Ivan was left speechless, and under Alicia's repeated questioning, he only vaguely admitted that she was close to him. However, Ivan soon regretted his decision, as Isaiah was very friendly with Hermione during lunch, and even asked about the witch's family, much to Ivan's embarrassment. Hermione was also fidgety, her usual sharp-tongued self was nowhere to be found, and she was stammering when she answered Alicia's questions. In the afternoon, the Great Hall was decorated, with the flags of the three schools fluttering in the wind. Towards evening, Minister for Magic Fudge appeared in the entrance hall with several aurors, looking grim throughout and forcing a smile when meeting Dumbledore. Fortunately, none of this had anything to do with Ivan, who was listening to Alicia's prattle while enjoying the dinner. Harry was not so relaxed next to her. He was nervous about the match that was about to begin, so he was not in the mood to enjoy dinner even though it was much richer than usual. When the last wizard had eaten his fill and put down his knife and fork, Dumbledore cleared his throat and stood up from the staff table.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes, I will invite you all to the Quidditch pitch to watch the final task of the Triwizard Tournament. Now, if the champions would follow Mr. Bagman to the playing field.
Yvonne rose and walked out of the Great Hall with Harry under everyone's watchful eye, followed by Fleur and Crumb. Bagman was waiting for them in the foyer, and when he saw Ivan, he beamed.
Warriors, follow me.
Bagman called, leading Ivan and the others to the Quidditch pitch. Along the way, Bagman explained the rules of the third match in great detail. The game was played in a giant maze, and the goblet of fire, which represented the final victory, was placed in the middle of the maze.
Mr. Bagman, wouldn't that make the first two games useless?
Harry asked curiously. Fleur and Crumb, on the other hand, were delighted, as they had been behind by so many points in the previous matches that they would have had no chance of winning if the third match had been a point system. However, before they could celebrate for long, Bagman replied with a laugh.
No, of course it works. The higher the score, the sooner the champion will get into the maze.
Chapter 694, Between 2 points the line is the shortest. When the crowd had gathered, McGonagall and 4 members of the patrol approached them, looking grim.
As the game progresses, we will patrol the outside of the maze at all times. If you encounter any difficulties during the game and wish to be rescued, fire red sparks into the sky and we will come to your aid immediately. But firing the fire means the champion is giving up the game altogether, and it's up to you to decide.
Bagman added. Ivan and the others nodded in agreement. Bagman cleared his throat and used his wand to cast a resounding spell on himself. He then looked at the crowd on the stage and shouted.
All right, let's begin the official match. Ladies and gentlemen, the final match of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Let me report the current scores. First up is the Hogwarts champion, Ivan Howells, who passed with a perfect score and currently has 100 points.
At Bagman's words, there was a huge round of applause from the crowd. Ivan looked around reservedly and saw his friends waving at him.
Then there's Mr. Harry Potter. He came in second with 82 points.
Bagman continued to shout. There was another round of applause from the audience, but when Bagman started talking about Fleur and Crumb, the cheering died down, and the only people applauding were Beauxbatons and the Durmstrang wizards. Bagman, having sufficiently galvanized the audience, pointed a finger at Ivan and spoke.
Now!
Bagman shouted, counting. With a short whistle, Ivan led the way into the maze. Although the first 2 matches gave him a lot of advantage, the earlier he won the Goblet of Fire, the better, in order to ensure victory. Not to mention, he would need some time to check the Goblet of Fire, so he didn't waste any time exploring the maze. However, Ivan soon found out that the maze was much larger than he had imagined, and was so dark that all he could see were tall hedges. Entering the maze was like being separated from the outside world, and the audience's cheers and applause stopped abruptly, presumably because of some sort of soundproofing enchantment.
Lumos flickering light.
Ivan waved his wand, and a light lit up from the tip of the wand and spread in all directions. After about 50 steps, Ivan was surprised to find a fork in the road, which split into 2 tunnels.
Left or right?
Ivan hesitated. If he made the wrong choice, it would take him a lot of time to get around it. So Ivan chose neither, and instead set his sights on the massive hedge directly in front of him.
I remember between 2 o'clock, what was the shortest?
Ivan asked, rubbing his chin, remembering that Bagman had not said anything about breaking the rules.
The shortest length of line, of course. Reducto tilde crushed to pieces.
Ivan pointed his wand forward, and a scarlet beam of light flashed past with a piercing roar. By the time the dust cleared, there was an irregular gap in the tall hedge in front of them, through which Ivan stepped, wand in hand, and there was another loud explosion. Since he could not find the right path, he would just create one.
This is an infraction, a serious infraction.
Karkaroff shouted as he slammed his hands on the table and watched the video from the judges' panel. Dumbledore, who was also watching the match, was frustrated. Ivan was bound to win the championship, but he kept coming up with all the wrong ideas.
Strictly speaking, there is no rule against breaking these hedges, Karkaroff.
Dumbledore explained in a low voice.
You should know that there are specially reinforced charms placed on them, and that it would take an ordinary wizard a great deal of time and effort to break them, no easier than going through a maze.
Dumbledore paused to look up at the floating crystal ball and continued.
And I think...
Karkaroff and Maxim were dubious, but when they looked up, they saw that the maze had changed. Ivan's violent use of magic to clear the way seemed to have awakened the entire maze of silence, and the creatures of the dark emerged from every corner.
Defindo tilde tilde.
Ivan waved his wand and blasted a giant spider that tried to attack him to death, then pointed his wand at the newly blasted opening. Several long crab legs poked through the opening, and when they emerged, Ivan saw that they belonged to a giant blast-ended scroot several meters long. It looked like a cross between a giant scorpion and a strange crab. Its hard, heavy shell was covered in vicious barbs, and what was even more frightening was that the blast-ended scroot's tail suddenly shot out a jet of hot fire. The powerful thrust caused the blast-ended scroot to crash into it like a spiked iron ball. The narrow corridor of the maze was almost impossible to avoid, and Ivan activated the ring of magic the moment the blast-ended scroots crashed into him. He had no choice but to jump up, and the 17 runes on his bracelet lit up instantly. A blast of magic carried him away from the blast-end scroots. The blast-ended scroot's enormous body was unable to restrain itself, and after Ivan dodged it, it crashed into the back hedge, its sharp crab legs sinking deep into the cracks in the wall. Ivan, of course, would not miss this opportunity. He waved his wand and cast a smashing charm. The blast-ended scroot's huge shell was tougher than he had imagined. After taking the curse head-on, its shell only cracked, but it was still alive and kicking. However, the shattering of the shell broke some sort of balance. Just as the blast-ended scroot was about to erupt in flames again, its entire body suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere.
What kind of strange creature is this?
Chapter 695, Aggrieved Sphinx. After dealing with the blast-ended scroots, Ivan did not waste any time and quickly passed through the newly blasted hole. He knew that the explosion would definitely attract more monsters. If he did not want to fall into an endless battle, he had to move quickly. Ivan made his way through the maze in the dark, relying only on the small amount of light coming from the tip of his wand. As he slowly approached the center of the maze, an incredibly strange monster suddenly came into view, standing like a statue in front of him. It had the appearance of a monstrous lion with a majestic body and fearsome paws, but its head was that of an intellectual witch.
Sphinx!
Ivan muttered to himself. He had read about this creature in the Book of Monsters, which was a magical creature from ancient Egypt, where wizards used sphinxes to guard precious treasures, and in his previous life he had been very impressed by it while reading ancient Greek mythology.
Stop, young man!
Before Ivan could get close, the Sphinx stepped in the middle of the road, fixed Ivan with its long, almond-shaped eyes, and spoke in a hoarse, deep voice.
You will answer my question before moving on. I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry. Sphinx, can you step aside?
Ivan asked as he gripped his wand.
Those are the rules. Only the brave who have guessed correctly are allowed to move on. Otherwise, you may find another passage to the end,
Said the Sphinx, looking up arrogantly. Ignoring Ivan, the Sphinx cleared its throat and happily prepared for the riddle game. It had been thinking about this riddle for days, and it would never be so easy to guess.
Can I go over now, Sphinx?
The Sphinx swallowed hard and wriggled into a corner, pointing with its paw.
After you, sir. Thank you.
Ivan said, nodding in satisfaction as he put away his wand and walked towards the newly blasted opening. However, when he passed by the Sphinx, it suddenly moved. Ivan instinctively thought that the Sphinx was trying to sneak up on him, so he quickly pulled out his wand and pointed it at it. The Sphinx quickly lowered itself to show that it was harmless and said,
Sir, I just wanted to remind you that the answer is a spider.
Ivan looked at the Sphinx in front of him, speechless. It seemed that the Monster Book of Monsters was right about the Sphinx's penchant for riddles. But he didn't even know the riddle. What was the point of telling him? Ivan shook his head, not bothering with the man, and kept walking. After climbing over a fallen hedge, Ivan spotted his target, the Triwizard Cup, which represented the final victory, on a large, meter-high pedestal. Yvonne approached the base cautiously, her nerves on edge and alert for any sign of trouble, and tapped her wand on the trophy as she approached. The magic seeped into the cup, and slowly the whole cup lit up.
Very good, it's a real trophy, and it hasn't been tampered with.
Ivan exclaimed, relieved to have used his detection magic on the trophy.
Ivan!
Harry was glad to know that he did not have to stay in the dangerous maze any longer. Ivan, on the other hand, naturally saw Harry, but he had no intention of greeting him.
Run back, Harry.
Chapter 696. What? The competition is over before I even started. Boom! As the two ran, the blast-ended scroots that were following behind them spat out huge flames from time to time as they approached at an unimaginable speed. In front of them, giant spiders appeared out of thin air and charged at them, waving their forelimbs in what Harry understood to be a pre-attack display.
Petrificus, all petrified. Reducto, crushing. Ivan, what do we do now?
Harry asked anxiously, thinking that he was unlikely to outrun the creatures on his own.
Don't worry, it won't be hard to get rid of them.
Ivan said soothingly. When they reached the end of a passage, Ivan stopped running and pointed his wand at the blast-ended scroots. An astonishing magical wave swept out in all directions, centered on the wand. Under the influence of the transfiguration charm, thick vines extended from the hedge, crisscrossing to form a large net. Several blast-ended scroots that were close to the front were unable to stop in time and crashed into them. The terrifying impact broke the sturdy vines. However, the huge net was simply too thick and dense. Getting caught in it was like stepping into a swamp. A steady stream of vines surged out from both sides, snaking around the unwieldy blast-ended scroots and binding them tightly. Harry ran for a while, then stopped when he heard no more movement behind him. He turned around and was shocked to find that the entire corridor was blocked by dense vines, and he could vaguely see something struggling inside.
If you can deal with them, why were we running?
Harry asked curiously. Yvonne did not reply, but pointed up at the hedge. Harry looked up in the direction Yvonne was pointing and saw several giant spiders approaching from the other side of the hedge.
See, there are so many of them. There's no end to the fighting.
Ivan explained, waving his wand to bring down the spiders. Harry nodded, understanding that the key to victory was to get the trophies back, and that there was no point in wasting time with them. The two of them ran through the maze, and all they could see for the first time in 4 weeks were the towering hedges and the occasional monster. If Ivan hadn't known better, he would have thought he was lost. About half a minute later, as Ivan led Harry around the final bend, the maze exit finally came into view. To Ivan's surprise, Fleur de Lacquer, Beauxbaton's champion, was standing on the edge of the exit, as if she had only just entered the maze.
Hi, Fleur.
Ivan greeted her kindly, seeing that she had no intention of attacking him, and ran past her without stopping. Even after Ivan had disappeared behind her, Fleur was unable to react, her face frozen in shock.
The game's over.
But she had only just entered.
Mr. Bagman, is it not time yet?
At the same time, Crumb was anxiously questioning Ludo Bagman in the arena outside the maze. It had been almost 7 minutes since Ivan's departure, and although Crumb could not see into the crystal ball as a champion, he guessed from the reactions of the spectators that Ivan had probably won the cup, and he had to wait.
Soon.
Bagman ignored Crumb, his eyes fixed on the image in the crystal ball. Crumb had no choice but to stand there and wait anxiously. A dozen seconds later, Bagman was so excited that Crumb thought he was going to announce the start of the game, but then Ivan came running out of the maze, holding a golden trophy aloft.
Bravo, I declare victory for Hogwarts champion Ivan Hals.
Bagman's hoarse cry, amplified by the resounding charm, rang through the stadium. In fact, even before Bagman spoke, Dumbledore was applauding, and the young wizards in the audience cheered enthusiastically. After all, the crystal ball that had been floating in the air recorded everything that happened in the maze, including Ivan's successful win. Crumb was stunned, frozen in place. The game was over before he even started. Harry soon followed Ivan out of the maze, followed by a forlorn Fleur. However, when Fleur saw Crumb, who was still standing in front of the maze, unsure of what was going on, she smiled again, as she realized that she was not the worst off.
Good, the champions are out.
Bagman turned to Crumb with a smile and patted him on the shoulder.
Come along, Crumb. The referees will make a simple ranking based on the champion's performance in the third match.
Though the champions were now decided, the remaining champions needed to be ranked.
But,
Crumb said hastily.
so I'm afraid you're going to be at the bottom of the pile, Mr. Crumb.
Chapter 697, Can I Touch Your Trophy? After a few words of advice to Crumb, Bagman called the champions to the podium. Dumbledore, Karkaroff, and Maxim were already waiting, and Fudge replaced Crouch as the fifth referee. After the champions had taken their places, the judges conferred in low voices for a while, considering the dignity of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, before deciding to skip the point of scoring and announce the results directly. Maxim and Karkaroff's grim expressions softened. After the discussion, Bagman cleared his throat, walked to the front of the stage, and shouted,
Let's hear the final results of the champions. First, the winner of the Triwizard Tournament, Mr. Ivanhars, a Hogwarts champion. Let us cheer for him.
When Bagman finished speaking, the stadium erupted into thunderous applause, and many of the young wizards stood up and shouted excitedly.
That's great, I knew it. Do you see that? That's our Gryffindor champion. Lastly, allow me to say one more thing.
Dumbledore rose to his feet at the end of the closing ceremony, his booming voice echoing throughout the stadium, drowning out the noise of the wizards. There was a brief silence as the young wizards all turned to look at Dumbledore. As everyone watched, Dumbledore gently waved his wand, and a purple beam of light shot into the sky, where it exploded a moment later. Flags and petals fell from the sky and covered the Quidditch pitch.
Tonight, I will acquiesce in your breaking some of the less important school rules. Celebrate, that's all I have to say.
Dumbledore said with a smile. George and Fred immediately jumped for joy, which meant they were able to use up their usual stock. The other wizards and witches began to rush from the stands towards the podium, surrounding the champions.
Ivan, you're amazing. You defeated so many monsters in one go in the maze.
Seamus squeezed in front of Ivan and excitedly told him about the shocking scene he had seen in the crystal ball. Seamus then turned his attention to the shiny trophy in Ivan's hand. His cheeks were flushed as he asked sheepishly,
Can I touch your trophy, Ivan? Of course.
Ivan said, handing over the trophy. Seamus took it with trembling hands, as if it were a treasure. However, before he could get a hold of it, George and Fred snatched it away from him. They also wanted to touch Ivan's trophy to get their hands on it. Ivan shook his head in amusement as he watched this, and continued talking to Alicia, allowing George and the others to play with the trophy. He had already verified that the trophy was not made of real gold, despite its dazzling appearance.
You shouldn't have approved of them breaking the school rules, Albus.
McGonagall said helplessly, looking down at the noisy crowd. It was unknown who threw the fireworks, but sparks flew everywhere and caused quite a commotion, and McGonagall was worried that someone might get hurt in the jostling.
But it's certainly a day to celebrate, isn't it, Minerva? There's nothing wrong with relaxing properly.
Dumbledore began. McGonagall shook her head and got straight to the point.
When do we go to the village?
Now, of course, when Voldemort may move at any moment.
Dumbledore said pointedly.
But if we all go, what will happen to Hogwarts?
McGonagall hesitated.
Sirius will be with Harry at all times tonight, and Severus and Flitwick will stay to keep the students safe.
Dumbledore explained. In addition, the Aurors that Fudge brought with him stayed behind to keep watch until the maze was cleared and the dangerous creatures had been transported away. They would not sit idly by if anything went wrong. Chapter 730. 730 You haven't congratulated Harry, 2 years ago. Chapter 698. You haven't congratulated Harry.
I bet the secret man didn't expect Hales to finish the game so soon. Perhaps,
Said Dumbledore noncommittally.
Hales our hero. Warrior of Gryffindor.
On the makeshift podium, a large number of overexcited wizards lifted Ivan up and threw him high into the air. Screams and cheers echoed throughout the stadium. Colorful flags and petals fell from the sky like rain, and the rain did not stop for several minutes. Upon landing on the ground or on a person, the petals would disintegrate and vanish, apparently magically transfigured. Such a wide range of transfiguration spells left Ivan speechless, and he mentally weighed them. Given time to prepare, Yvonne thought she would be able to create a less trafficking scene as well, though with less coverage. In terms of his mastery of transfiguration, there was still a large gap between him and Dumbledore. After all, when the old professor cast the spell earlier, it was obviously on a whim. After a while, the young Gryffindor wizards finally managed to get Ivan out of the air. Ivan, however, was unable to stay idle for even a moment, as more young wizards began to gather around him, bombarding him with questions about his exciting time in the maze. The other champions were deserted compared to Ivan, who was surrounded by eager students. Maxim and several Beauxbaton's girls were quietly comforting Fleur. Karkaroff, on the other hand, pulled a long face the entire time. He resisted the urge to curse and dragged Crumb away. The Durmstrang students were too ashamed to stay, so they left with Karkaroff. Harry, a fellow Hogwarts champion, was pushed aside by the crowd, and although he was occasionally congratulated on his second place by the young wizards, the vast majority of the students chose to side with Ivan, with only Ron and Sirius remaining on his side.
You're something else, Harry.
Ron reached out and thumped Harry on the chest, talking like a machine gun.
I saw it all on that crystal ball. You single-handedly defeated a couple of giant spiders and a blast-ended Scroot in the maze. My God, I bet that blast-ended Scroot must have been 15 feet long, with a shell harder than steel on its back.
Harry looked increasingly embarrassed at Ron's constant boasting.
It's no big deal, Ron.
Ron shook his head.
Didn't you hear Professor Dumbledore? Ivan's the greatest genius Hogwarts has ever seen, even the you-know-who. You may not have been as good as Ivan, but you certainly defeated the champions of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang.
Ron said emphatically.
That's only because I had your help and was lucky.
Harry said sheepishly, knowing full well how capable he was. Without everyone's help, he would have died in the dragon's jaws during the first match, and he would never have been able to think of using his broomstick and the eye curse to snatch the dragon's egg.
Oh, come on, you're not the only one who's had help from the other champions. Everyone has, but you're a lot better at it than they are.
Ron talked about Harry's spectacular performances in every match. For example, during the second match at the bottom of the lake, Crumb transformed into a ferocious, shark-headed creature and was brutally beaten up by the merpeople. Fleur was chased around by them in a panic and fell into a trap. However, Harry was able to use his magic to easily drive off the merpeople.
And when you were dealing with that Hungarian horntail, you were flying better than even Aurum.
Ron said admiringly. Harry looked at Ron in surprise, as he was well aware of how much Ron admired Crumb. He had even put up a portrait of Crumb in the dormitory, and was even tempted to give up his bed so that Crumb could sleep in the dormitory. Ron caught Harry's eye and shrugged, replying easily.
Oh, please don't look at me like that.
Ron paused for a moment and looked at Harry, hesitating for a long moment before speaking.
And?
I see you've come to your senses, which is nice of you.
Harry snapped. He had tried to explain himself so many times, only to be ignored by Ron, who had been waiting for his apology for almost half a year. Ron gave an awkward smile and was about to say something when Sirius interrupted.
Wanna come for a walk, Harry? What now?
Harry turned to look at Sirius in surprise, then quickly shook his head as a thought struck him.
No, I'm fine. I've forgiven Ron for a long time.
Sirius looked away from the judges and smiled.
Can't we say it here? What about Ron? He can't come with us?
Harry was puzzled.
It was Dumbledore's idea.
Sirius's eyes were distant.
What kind of assignment did the professor give me?
Harry asked, instinctively thinking of this.
Yes, that's one way to put it. You should know where they are now.
Chapter 699. Too many people are fascinated by him.
Wait!
Ron gritted his teeth and called out to the pair as they were leaving. Harry stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Ron in surprise.
What is it, Ron?
Sirius also stopped and stared coldly at Ron. Under their watchful eyes, Ron grew increasingly nervous. Although he thought Sirius's actions today were strange, he was not 100% certain of this, and even wondered if he was being paranoid. The jokes that had been thrown at him for talking too much in the past came flooding back, interrupting Ron's questioning courage.
I mean, if you're really going to leave, shouldn't you let the professor know?
Ron stuttered. As he spoke, Ron turned to look at the judges. He was not confident in his judgment and wanted to ask for help from the professors. Ron looked around but could not find any professors or referees, only a few Aurors standing on the outskirts of the maze, barely maintaining order.
There's no need to look. Dumbledore and the others have received word to go to the village early.
Sirius said slowly, a faint smile on his lips. After a pause, he looked at Harry and continued.
So he asked me to bring Harry along for protection after the game.
Sirius's reasoning seemed impeccable to Ron, who was beginning to think he was wrong, and his tone became weaker.
Should we tell Ivan?
Sirius sounded impatient. However, he quickly realized that his tone was off and tried to salvage the situation by saying,
I mean, it's not too late to celebrate later, and Ivan, unlike the rest of us, is staying behind to protect Hogwarts. He can't possibly leave. Now we must go, Harry. Dumbledore will be worried if we wait any longer.
Sirius was not keen on wasting time with Ron, and took Harry by the wrist and dragged him away with him. Harry had no idea what was going on, but trusted Sirius enough to give Ron an apologetic look and follow. Ron, who was left alone, hesitated as he thought about Sirius's words. He had a feeling that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what. As he watched Harry and Sirius disappear from the Quidditch pitch, Ron gritted his teeth and decided to discuss the matter with Ivan and Hermione.
Move!
Ron charged into the crowd, trying to get to the podium. Halfway through, someone threw a few sticks at Ron, and with a loud bang, sparks flew everywhere, and Ron choked on the smoke.
Damn it!
Ron cursed under his breath, but he didn't have the time to question which of the bastards had dropped it, so he continued to search the crowd for Ivan. Suddenly, a hand reached out and placed itself on his shoulder. Ron was so shocked that he turned around and saw that it was George.
Why are you in such a hurry, Ronnie boy? Aren't you going to join us in celebrating?
George grinned at him as he shoved a few fireworks into Ron's hands. Fred joined them.
This is our new and improved bombing smoke, which you should have seen, right? Not bad, huh?
Ron knew they were teasing him, and he was furious.
I don't have time for this.
Ron said angrily as he shoved George's cigarette back into their arms, then anxiously asked,
Where's Ivan?
George and Fred looked at each other, unsure why Ron was so angry, but seeing how serious he was, George pointed to the right.
No, over there.
Ron looked in the direction George was pointing, but Ivan was nowhere to be seen.
What do you want with Ivan? He's got so many admirers, and all the girls are begging to have their pictures taken and autographs signed, and we can't get in. If you want to celebrate with him, you'd better do it later.
Fred tried to comfort her.
It's important. Sirius just took Harry away and they're leaving Hogwarts and they won't let me come with them. I don't think Sirius is himself today.
Ron said urgently.
What's wrong with that? Sirius might have wanted to show Harry around Hogsmeade and buy him presents.
George suggested.
Yes, Harry came in second, and Sirius would be very happy if I were him.
Fred agreed.
Don't you understand? Sirius doesn't care how good Harry is today. That's why I said there was something wrong with him.
Ron scowled at them.
I suspect Sirius may have been imperiused, like Professor Moody.
George and Fred looked at Ron in surprise. They had naturally heard of the Imperious Curse, which Moody had given them in detail this year in defense against the dark arts class. But now Ron is telling them that Moody and Sirius have fallen for it, which is a huge joke.
Hold on, Ronnie boy. I don't know if you're telling the truth, but if you're anxious to see Ivan, we should be able to help you.
Chapter 700, Chaotic Arena. Ivan waved his wand to stop the commotion caused by the fireworks, then turned to George and the others and spoke rather helplessly.
George, Fred, even if you wanted to celebrate for me, you didn't have to make such a joke, did you? No, we need to talk to you about something important, so that's the only way to go.
Fred shook his head. George added,
It's more accurate to say that little Ronnie wants to talk to you.
Ivan turned his head in surprise, but before he could ask, Ron said urgently,
Ivan, Sirius.
At this news, Ivan immediately realized that something was amiss and his brow furrowed. What did he take Harry for, and why?
Sirius said that Professor Dumbledore ordered him to take Harry to the village for protection.
Ron replied, panting,
That's impossible.
Interrupted Ivan.
Professor Dumbledore told Harry to stay at school and take care of himself, and Sirius would have let me know if he changed his mind.
Yes, I also thought Sirius was acting strange today. He didn't seem worried when Harry met the blast-ended Scroots in the maze, and he didn't even congratulate Harry at the end of the game, which would have made him very happy.
Ron blurted out all of Sirius's suspicions, then hesitated before adding.
I think he might have been imperiused.
How long have they been gone?
Hermione was anxious.
Ivan, you have the Marauders map, don't you? Look where they are.
Ivan was well aware of the urgency of the situation and immediately ignored the small matter of the password. He took an old piece of parchment from his pocket and placed his wand on it.
I solemnly swear I did no good.
Fine lines of ink ran down the top of the wand, outlining the castle. Yvonne scanned the map quickly, filtering the names, then stopped at the entrance hall. According to the Marauders map, Harry is now out of the entrance hall, although Ivan finds it strange that Sirius's name is not in sight. He was surprised when, a second later, Harry's name disappeared from the map.
He's taken Harry.
Ron felt a chill run down his spine.
But how did Sirius do it? With a portkey?
Hermione suggested.
It's not the portkey. If he could have just taken Harry, he would have done it by this morning. Why wait until now?
Ivan dismissed Hermione's theory that the whole of Hogwarts Castle was protected by protective enchantments, with the exception of the competition grounds. Ivan therefore believed that Sirius and Harry must still be inside the castle, and that the disappearance of their names was most likely due to some means of temporarily blocking the detection of the Marauders map, as Dumbledore had done. Hermione soon came to the same conclusion, murmuring to herself.
If it's not the portkey, then they're trying to get to Hogsmeade via the secret passage under the Whomping Willow and disapparate Harry to Lord Voldemort.
Yvonne nodded, which was likely, although she wasn't 100% sure, as there was more than one secret passage leading to Hogsmeade.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find Harry, we might be able to stop them now.
Ron said hurriedly.
No, Ron, I alone will be enough to find Harry. I can do the animagus, I can fly, I have a good view, and as long as they're at Hogwarts, I'm sure I can find them.
Ivan's expression was grim. Hermione and Ron looked like they were about to say something, but decided against it and simply asked.
What about us? What should we do now?
You'll have to go to Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick. They're in the office right now, and they'll know how to get in touch with Professor Dumbledore. All you have to do is inform him as soon as possible.
Ivan said grimly. Hermione and Ron nodded in unison, and Ivan didn't say anything more and immediately used the boggart transformation. However, at this moment, an explosion sounded from the maze, and then there was suddenly chaos ahead. Many young wizards ran over in fear, and there were cries and screams everywhere.
Run, the creatures are coming out of the maze. It's a blast-ended Scroot.
Mom.
Trash.
Ivan cursed. 5 Aurors couldn't even take care of a few rioting magical creatures and had to let them out.
With these Aurors.
Ivan's heart grew colder as he thought about this. He understood that this was all part of Voldemort's plan to keep him occupied.
Mom, aren't you going home?
Yvonne asked, looking up ahead in surprise as Alicia pushed her way through the chaos.
I was going to go back, but there's been a mess.
Alicia said, turning to look at the maze.
Don't you have something urgent to do? We'll take care of it here.
She had not heard Ivan's earlier conversations with Hermione and Ron, but she could see the anxiety on Ivan's face. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley and Bill have worked together to get rid of a blast-ended Scroot and get the young Hogwarts wizards to safety. After the 5 Aurors regained their senses, they quickly cast spells to repair the gap in the maze, ensuring that no more monsters would escape. Seeing this, Ivan was somewhat relieved. After telling Alicia to be careful, he immediately transformed into a huge eagle and flew into the sky.
Animagus transfiguration. Amazing. Not many people his age can do that.
Mrs. Weasley exclaimed.
You don't say, he's my son.
Said Alicia proudly.
Damn it, where are they? They haven't left, have they?
Ivan asked as he flew over Hogwarts, his hawk-like eyes scanning the grounds below. He seems to be a little late.
Let's go to Hogsmeade first. What if they haven't left yet?
Yvonne decided to try her luck with the Whomping Willow outside the castle. As Ivan flew closer, a large black dog suddenly emerged from the secret passage under the Whomping Willow.
Sirius?
Chapter 701. If I had known, I should have watched the Quidditch match. Faster!
Stupefy!
A blinding red light shot from the tip of the wand. Ivan flapped his wings and raised himself up high, dodging the attack. His eagle-like eyes locked with Sirius's, and his magical eye sprang into action, giving Sirius a strange sense of solidity. Sirius then felt himself being hit so hard that he was sent flying backwards, crashing into a tree behind him. After giving Sirius a blow to the head, the eagle slowly landed on the ground and transformed back into its wizard form. Looking at Sirius, who had been thrown to the ground, Ivan did not dare to be careless. He waved his wand in his right hand and conjured a python to tie Sirius up. Sirius then recovered his wits. He watched as the giant eagle took the form of Ivan, and although he found it strange that Ivan's animagus form was not an owl, Sirius had no time to think about it as he yelled at Ivan in a hoarse voice.
Quick!
Ivan stopped in his tracks, staring at Sirius in bewilderment.
You've broken the Imperious Curse.
Instead of answering Ivan's question at once, Sirius asked more urgently.
Where's Harry? Where's Harry?
Didn't you just take Harry?
Yvonne asked, frowning. She had a theory, but she wasn't sure.
Damn it, I'm too late.
Sirius said through gritted teeth, his gaze fixed on Ivan as he explained urgently.
It was Peter. He used Polyjuice Potion to disguise himself as me, to get Harry to you-know-who. Dwarf!
Ivan asked suspiciously.
Where have you been all this time, and how can I trust you?
Let go of me first, there's no time to explain. I know where they'll be preparing the ritual, we might make it in time, I'll tell you on the way.
Sirius said anxiously. Ivan hesitated. He could not trust Sirius completely just because of his words, and it was possible that Sirius had sent Harry away and then returned to fool him. However, due to his confidence in his own abilities and the feedback he received from performing legilimency, Ivan waved his wand to free himself. Sirius was no match for him anyway, so he was not worried about him causing trouble. Sirius scrambled to his feet, stiffening as if he had been hit with a slowing charm, and nearly fell over again.
Drink this!
Ivan thought for a moment, then took a bottle of potion out of his pocket and threw it at Sirius, allowing him to dispel the effects of the eye. If he was telling the truth, then he might have to face Voldemort head-on. If he stayed in this state, he would be courting death. Sirius took the potion, unscrewed it, and drank it, as it was not the first time he had been poisoned, and he knew exactly how it worked. After finishing the potion, Sirius grabbed Ivan by the wrist and ran off in the direction they had come from.
Come on, let's get to Hogsmeade. You can't disapparate here. Now will you tell me what's going on?
Said Ivan, running alongside Sirius.
Do you remember the World Quidditch Tournament last summer?
Sirius asked. Ivan nodded.
Of course, you asked Professor Dumbledore to bring me tickets, only I was too busy to.
Sirius said hurriedly, then paused before continuing. It was all very normal, but when we got back to our tents after the game, there was a riot, and a large group of masked and hooded wizards set fire to the campsite and tortured the muggles camping nearby.
I read all of this in the Daily Prophet. You don't have to go out of your way to tell me all about it.
Ivan said impatiently, then seemed to remember something and said,
I once heard Harry say that you'd been bothering the Death Eaters. No, I saw Peter there, to be precise.
Sirius's expression turned serious. Ivan's pupils contracted as he stared at Sirius in astonishment.
He was wearing a long robe, and when he sneaked past the crowd, it was too dark to see his face, but I knew him well enough to recognize him.
Sirius said quickly.
I suspected he had something to do with the riot, so I told Harry to find Arthur and the others, and I went after him. You're being reckless,
Ivan said angrily.
He's obviously trying to lure you there. You're right, but I wasn't thinking. I just knew I couldn't miss the chance to catch Peter.
Chapter 702, So You're the Mole. Ivan sighed at Sirius's explanation but said nothing more, knowing full well how much Sirius was obsessed with Peter. When he first heard Harry talking about Sirius leaving them behind to go after the Death Eaters, he thought it was strange, but now he realized that Peter was the only one who could make him go after them.
What happened then? Did you catch up with Peter?
Yvonne asked.
I followed Peter into a forest and watched as he took off his jacket. It was then that I saw that Peter was carrying a monster in his arms.
Sirius said grimly.
I didn't know that the monster was you-know-who, so I chose to fight them instead of running away.
Ivan could not hide the shock on his face. He did not expect Peter to sneak into the vicinity of the World Quidditch Cup with Lord Voldemort and risk being discovered. No wonder Barty Jr. had suddenly disappeared into the camp. He must have succeeded in attracting Voldemort's attention by firing the Dark Mark and ordered Peter to rescue him. While Ivan was thinking this, Sirius continued speaking.
After being bewitched by you-know-who, a voice in my head kept telling me to bring Harry out alone. But you-know-who was probably a bit careless. I've been in Azkaban for over 10 years, and the Dementors have sharpened my will.
Sirius gave a self-mocking smile before speaking again.
So he did not have complete control over me, and I knew full well that doing so would get Harry killed, desperately resisting instructions from you-know-who. But you-know-who's magic was too strong, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't break free of the Imperious Curse. Eventually, I came up with an idea, and instead of resisting you-know-who's orders, I used my last vestiges of sanity to imitate the Death Eaters and set fire to the tents around us, attracting nearby Aurors. You're going to let the Aurors arrest you for questioning, and even hope they find out about the Imperious Curse?
Asked Ivan, immediately guessing Sirius's intentions.
Yes, that's exactly what I thought, or at the very least lock me up again.
Sirius sighed.
It's just a shame that Arthur came along with his men soon after the Aurors caught me. He vouched for me.
This is really...
What about Lupin, Creature, and the others? You've been under control for so long, and they've never suspected you.
Yvonne asked.
Lupin found a new job and moved out half a month after you left, so you-know-who stayed at my house for a long time, and as for Creature.
Sirius's face contorted into a grimace of pain and malevolence, his nails digging into his palms and his words turning cold.
You-know-who told me to order him not to leave the house. Creature could not resist my orders, and Winky, a house elf, was keeping him under constant surveillance.
Winky, the house elf that Mr. Crouch disowned.
Ivan frowned. He had heard Hermione mention that Sirius had adopted Winky.
Yes, that's it. You-know-who was short-handed, so I took Winky away. The house elf had been abandoned by his master and was in desperate need of a home, so you-know-who ordered Barty Crouch Jr. to re-sign a contract with Winky, binding her to help him with something.
However, you-know-who distrusted the house elves, believing them to be stupid, low-born, and incapable of great things.
Sirius said, glancing ahead.
They arrived at the Whomping Willows tree, and Sirius grabbed a rock from the grass and threw it at the tree's scar, then led Ivan into the secret passage. During the journey through the secret passage, Sirius told Ivan the rest of the story, and a few days before Hogwarts was to be officially opened, you-know-who hatched a plot to bring Harry to him through the Triwizard Cup.
Why didn't Voldemort tell you to go straight to the burrow and get Harry?
Ivan asked.
By then, Arthur was suspicious of me, and he wrote me a letter the next day demanding to know why I had set fire to the camp, which was witnessed by an Auror.
Sirius explained.
Fearing that I would be seen through, you-know-who asked me to write a reply to his letter, stating that the ministry was making things difficult for me.
What happened then? Did you catch up with Peter? Yvonne asked. I followed Peter into a forest and watched as he took off his jacket. It was then that I saw that Peter was carrying a monster in his arms.
You-know-who suspected that Dumbledore had placed a curse on Harry that would allow him to track Harry's movements with a specific spell, and fearing that I would resist a second time, changed the plan at the last minute, using me as a mole to help Barty Crouch Jr. get Harry out of school.
Sirius scoffed at Voldemort's assumption that Dumbledore could not have placed a spell on Harry. However, Voldemort apparently intended to do so, planning to act only after the preparations were complete, in which case it would be too late for Dumbledore to react.
In other words, you were the one who told Voldemort about Barty Crouch Jr.'s death.
Chapter 703, Duel in Front of the Graveyard.
Harry once wrote to me about the dream, so you know who knew that Harry could get information through the serpent's eyes.
Sirius said bitterly, which Voldemort took advantage of by passing on false information and successfully transferring Dumbledore today. Ivan felt a chill run down his spine, so Voldemort knew every move they made at Hogwarts. Even more disturbing to Ivan was the fact that Harry was able to possess Nagini because he was one of the Horcruxes, although Ivan wondered if Voldemort had noticed.
Wait a minute, Sirius, you said Voldemort had been controlling you with the Imperious Curse, so how did you get away with it?
Ivan asked, suddenly intrigued.
Thanks to your murder of Barty Crouch Jr.
Sirius gasped. After Peter's departure, only the house elf, Lord Voldemort, was left at Riddle House, along with the snake Nagini. Fearing that Harry might see inside the house through Nagini, you know who ordered Winky to watch over me, and then.
It disobeyed my orders to it and left the house, stunning Winky with magic and rescuing me,
Said Ivan, looking at Sirius in surprise. He remembered Creature being quite critical of Sirius during the summer holidays, talking about him all the time. To his surprise, the house elf was willing to take the risk of breaking into Voldemort's mansion to rescue Sirius. By the time they retrieved Regulus's body from the lake, Creature had thoroughly approved of Sirius as his new master.
Where's the creature, by the way? Didn't it come with you?
Yvonne couldn't help wondering. Sirius's face was a mask of pain and malevolence, and it was some time before he could speak again.
It's dead,
Ivan stared at Sirius in astonishment, almost believing him to be joking, but then a possibility occurred to him, and he felt a chill run down his spine.
Yes, the Imperious Curse.
Sirius hissed.
Although Creature managed to get me out of the Riddle House, he was unable to undo the Imperious Curse, and the you-know-who continued to use it to influence me, forcing me to return to him immediately.
Sirius's voice shook as he recalled what had happened. Voldemort did not have complete control over him, so Sirius knew that Creature was trying to save him, except that Creature could not control his movements, and it was as if his body were being controlled by someone else, torturing the loyal house elf with the cruelest of magic. Creature's screams seemed to echo in his ears.
Creature saved me, but I killed it.
Sirius's face was terrifying as he muttered to himself in a deranged manner. His fists clenched tighter and tighter, his sharp nails digging into his flesh, but he felt no pain.
It will not be long before I avenge it, soon.
Sirius spoke coldly, his eyes burning with hatred, and a faint light shone from the front of the tunnel. They were reaching Hogsmeade.
Get ready, we're leaving now.
Sirius said hoarsely as he grabbed Ivan's wrist the moment they stepped out of the tunnel. Ivan nodded and felt himself being pulled into a vortex, Sirius's voice reaching his ears.
Apparate, phantom apparate. Come bow to me, Harry.
Voldemort said in a mocking tone, bowing slightly.
At least the etiquette of dueling must be observed.
The Death Eaters gathered around, laughed, and looked at Harry as if he were a pig waiting to be slaughtered. They knew that the Dark Lord would not kill the brat in front of him so easily. He would die tortured and humiliated. Harry did not move, pursing his lips. He knew that his chances of survival were slim, but he would not allow Voldemort to toy with him before he killed him.
I said bow.
Lord Voldemort's voice was heavy, and his cruel red eyes bored into Harry. He gently lifted his wand, and without chanting the incantation, Harry felt as if something heavy were pressing down on his spine, forcing him to perform a perfect bow.
Good.
Voldemort's snake-like face broke into a smile as he relinquished his hold on Harry.
Now let us begin the duel.
Harry's hand shook as he held the wand, wondering why Voldemort would go to the trouble of dueling him instead of simply killing him, but finding the courage to ask.
I'll take you on in a duel, but only if you tell me where Sirius is.
Chapter 704, It's Time to End It.
Ah, Sirius, the traitor to the House of Black.
Voldemort exclaimed, his smile suddenly disappearing.
I had hoped that the two of you would meet here and die together. It would have been a most exquisite sight.
Harry asked eagerly, his dead heart suddenly alive again.
It's not impossible. if you insist on believing so.
Voldemort said slowly, a strange smile once again forming on his face.
But I think he might prefer to die here.
Ignoring Voldemort's words, Harry felt a surge of joy. All he knew was that Sirius was alive and had managed to escape.
Where is the incompetent house elf?
Voldemort demanded, looking around the room. There was a brief riot in the crowd gathered around. A moment later, an ugly, emaciated house elf was chased out by the Death Eaters.
Winky!
Harry immediately recognized her as Mr. Crouch's house elf, whom he had met at the World Quidditch Cup. Winky ignored Harry's shout, trembling with fear in her bulb-sized eyes.
Come here, you fool!
Voldemort stared at it fiercely.
Potter has the sense to remind me that I have not punished you for your incompetence and dereliction of duty.
Sir Winky.
Winky stammered, trying to defend herself.
I don't want to hear your explanation.
Lord Voldemort sneered, raising his wand gently and pronouncing each word.
Crucio heart-wrenching.
Tilda. The pain caused the poor house elf to let out a shrill cry and fall to the ground, writhing and screaming in pain. The Death Eaters watched in horror, and none gloated, as one of them had recently been subjected to exactly the same criminal code.
Stop!
Harry shouted as he watched Winky on the verge of collapse. However, Voldemort had no intention of stopping, and simply enjoyed Winky's twisted expression. Almost half a minute later, Winky could no longer scream. Her face was covered in snot and tears, and she lay on the ground like a dying fish, twitching from time to time. Lord Voldemort seemed to have lost interest in torturing the house elf, for he lowered his wand and turned to Harry.
Don't be so hasty, it will be your turn soon, Potter. Now, let's get back to what we were doing.
Voldemort's red eyes gleamed in the darkness, and he spoke the words softly.
Duel!
Harry took a deep breath and clenched his wand in his right hand, knowing that there was no turning back. Resistance was the only option. However, when faced with the Dark Lord, whom countless wizards feared to call by his first name, Harry was overcome with despair. Think of all the spells I've learned this year.
That's right, to be able to master the armor charm at such an age, Dumbledore must have taught you well.
Voldemort said with some interest and surprise. Under the protection of the shield charm, Harry gradually regained some of his courage, his eyes fixed on Voldemort's every move, ready to defend himself against any attack. Harry, however, soon realized that he had been too naive. All Voldemort had to do was lift his hand, and an indescribable pain filled his head, as if someone were scraping his flesh with a hot knife. Harry resisted the urge to scream, but the pain quickly tore through his sanity, and screams of agony escaped his mouth.
It seems Dumbledore did not tell you that armor charms cannot defend against certain spells.
Voldemort continued gently, staring at Harry's face, which was contorted with pain like an instructor.
And?
As he spoke, Voldemort waved his wand again, and a beam of black light as thick as his arm flashed through the air. The shield charm's defenses were shattered like paper, and Harry watched as the black light hit him, sending him tumbling into the gravestone behind him. Harry's right hand was still clenched tightly around his wand, and he tried desperately to get up from the ground as soon as he landed. But his whole body was in so much pain that he nearly fell into the hole that Peter had recently made and had not yet filled. Tom Riddle's name on the gravestone came into view, but Harry had the sudden feeling that after today he would be the one to place his name on it, if, indeed, Voldemort was willing to do so.
I must say, you disappoint me, Potter.
Voldemort said coldly as he advanced.
I thought you'd be special. They say you're my worst enemy, but it seems you're not as good as they say. You're lucky, that's all. There's no one else to die for you.
At Voldemort's mention of his mother, Harry's anger flared up, driving the fear from his mind, and he spat.
We are all the same, and you are nothing special, Voldemort. Everyone hates you. Really, you won't be able to feel that way for much longer.
Lord Voldemort sneered, raising his wand again, and a dark green light flashed.
It's time to finish this, Potter, Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra.
Lord Voldemort chanted softly, and a green beam of light shot from the tip of his wand. The fear of death slowed Harry's heart, as he knew that the shield charm could not protect him from the killing curse, and his weakened body would not allow him to avoid it. Death was close at hand, but Harry was reluctant to die in self-defense like his parents.
Expelliarmus, expelliarmus.
Chapter 705, Courage and Faith. The Death Eaters watching the fight wore expressions of derision, and Harry's attempt to ward off the killing curse with the disarming charm was nothing short of madness. But the accident happened in front of everyone. The red light collided with the green light but was not defeated. Instead, they were evenly matched. Harry felt his wand vibrate as if it had been electrified. He did not cast any spell, but a golden beam of light shot out of the tip of his wand. In a flash of golden light, Harry saw an identical beam of light erupt from Voldemort's wand, and the two golden threads intertwined in midair. The golden sphere of magic gradually converged at the center of the beam, trembling erratically as it burst open, sending countless arcs of light out in all directions. Eventually, it formed a dome-shaped golden net, a cage of pure light that enclosed the pair in the center. There was a burst of heavenly music in the air, as if it were being played by vibrating arcs of light, which Harry recognized as the singing of a phoenix. He half expected Dumbledore to come to his rescue, but the reassuring figure did not. The surrounding Death Eaters were in a panic, none of them expecting this, and everyone took a few steps back to avoid being hit by the violent arc of light. Some shouted frantically for instructions from Voldemort, while others drew their wands and prepared to attack.
Nobody moves without my say-so.
Voldemort shouted, his red eyes angry, uncomprehending, and slightly frightened. The situation was also beyond Voldemort's expectations. The young wizard before him was so weak that crushing him would be as easy as crushing a bedbug. Yet, just as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, something unexpected happened.
Death to you, Potter!
Voldemort roared, increasing the force of his magic, and the luminous ball between the two golden lines began to move rapidly towards Harry. Harry felt an inexpressible pressure on his heart, and as the orb approached, he could feel his wand vibrating so violently that he thought it might explode. Harry tried to fight back, but his magic was pathetic compared to his opponent's. Just as Harry was about to give in to the pressure, he heard a faint voice inside him.
This can't be happening!
Lord Voldemort exclaimed, his fear rising as he saw what was happening. He could feel the imp taking advantage of the magic he had unleashed. Feeling the pressure on him lessen, Harry increased the pressure, the golden thread on the right devouring the golden thread on the left, and the golden orb moved faster and faster, soon touching the tip of Voldemort's wand. The next moment, to Voldemort's horror, a shriek of pain erupted from the wand, and a human hand made of thick smoke flew off the tip and vanished. It was the severed hand he created for Wormtail. Then, ethereal figures flew out of the wand. Harry stared at the amazing scene, and the first to fly out was an old Muggle man whom he had seen in a dream. Soon a second figure made of smoke came into view, this one a witch Harry did not recognize, presumably Bertha Jorkins, whom Mr. Crouch claimed to have killed himself. The ghosts gathered around Harry to cheer him on. Harry was beginning to understand the spell's effects, and his eyes were fixed on Voldemort's wand in anticipation. As expected, the ghost of a long-haired young woman slowly emerged from the tip of Voldemort's wand and floated over to Harry.
Mom!
Harry said, his voice shaking.
Hold on, Harry. It's going to be okay.
Lily Potter whispered as she gazed at him fondly.
Your dad's here too.
Harry looked over his shoulder again as the spirit of his father, James Potter, rose from the tip of Voldemort's wand and floated over. James and Lily were exactly as he had seen them in the Mirror of Eris, and Harry could not hide his excitement, even thinking that he would not care if he died there.
Don't think like that, Harry. You're going to get out of this.
James said gently.
We'll try and buy you some time once the connection is broken. But what should I do? I can't disapparate and I can't get out of here.
Harry said anxiously, regretting that he hadn't had time to learn the spell this year. Peter was the one who teleported him here. He could not go back like this. The ghosts were troubled as well, with Bertha Jorkins circling Harry and interfering with the Death Eater's vision, and Frank Bryce, the old Muggle, cursing Voldemort with foul words. As time passed, Harry's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he thought he was going to die. James seemed to sense something and turned to look into the distance. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the dark fog, and he looked pleased.
You're lucky someone's here. They're here to save you.
Lily exclaimed happily. What? Bewildered, Harry opened his mouth to ask, but the golden links to the wands had snapped.
Anyway, we'll buy you some time, Harry.
James said urgently, as the elusive figure charged straight at Voldemort.
Be quick, Harry.
Chapter 706, Chaotic Battlefield. The ghosts swarmed Voldemort, blocking his view and buying time for him to escape. Harry, however, was not at all happy, and felt that he might be letting the ghosts down. Because there were 7 or 8 Death Eaters standing in a semicircle to his right, it would have been an extremely foolish decision to try to break through, but Harry had no choice but to take James and Lily's word for it. The Death Eaters standing in a circle outside were at a loss as to what to do, having witnessed Harry Potter once again warding off the killing curse and using an unknown spell to summon a swarm of ghosts to entangle the Dark Lord.
Stop him, all of you.
Voldemort's angry voice echoed through the graveyard, waking the panicked Death Eaters. The men blocking Harry's path immediately drew their wands, and Lucius, standing at the forefront of the group, smiled malevolently and raised his cane. He muttered an incantation, and a scarlet beam of light flew from the tip of his wand and shot straight at Harry. In the nick of time, Harry cast the shield charm again. Fortunately, the spell worked this time. The rising barrier deflected the red light and a scream came from the crowd. It was unknown who had been hit. Harry didn't have time to look behind him, as a feeling of dread overcame him, and several dark wizards next to Lucius raised their wands at him. Harry's pupils contracted. The shielding charm could not defend against so many spells at once. What made Harry's skin crawl, however, was the fact that the withered tree behind the Death Eaters suddenly
grew.
A very abstract face with deep holes for eyes, mouth, and nose, as if they had come out of a worm. A twig as thick as a man's waist swung in his direction, and Harry, desperate to protect his head, heard several cries of pain and screams. Harry, who did not get to attack, raised his head in surprise, only to find that the strange old tree was not attacking him. Its thick branches swept past again, hitting the other Death Eaters and sending them flying. Transfiguration. Harry immediately thought of this and felt a little joy at having been saved. He knew that the ghosts were right. Someone was really here to save him. With the way clear, Harry scrambled to get out of there, but the spell that Voldemort had placed on him was still in effect, and he felt weak in his arms and legs, the exertion of which had sapped what little strength he had left.
Tombstones flying.
Harry recognized Sirius's voice, and before he could think, the headstone with Tom Riddle's name on it flew towards him from behind and crashed into him with extraordinary speed. The shielding charm broke, taking some of the damage, though Harry still suspected his bones might have been broken. Even so, he clung to the corner of the tombstone and was lifted off his feet. The Death Eater's spells missed, striking the ground and tombstones in brilliant sparks. The withered old tree was also ignited by a flame spell. The hot flames burned its broken body, but it was still strong under the influence of transfiguration. It exerted its final heat and struggled to get up. The elongated roots replaced the legs like tentacles and centipede mutilations, giving the tree men the ability to move. It stood at least 3 or 4 stories tall and was wreathed in flames, as if it were a magical tree spirit from a fairy tale, waving its forearms at the Death Eaters before it so that they could not pursue Harry. On the other hand, Harry had been smashed to the ground along with the tombstone and was rolling around twice, moaning in pain.
Harry, are you okay?
Sirius hurried over to Harry and helped him to his feet. Harry felt as though his bones were about to fall out, but his excitement at seeing Sirius got the better of him, so he shook his head decisively, indicating that he was fine.
Harry, Sirius, you'd better catch up later, we've got to go. The ghosts and my Ents won't last long.
Ivan said urgently. Sirius nodded, his anger subsiding a little when he saw that Harry was safe. Sirius's face froze as if he had just thought of something.
But where do we go now? Do you know who will follow the trail of magic? We can't take him to Hogsmeade.
A furious Lord Voldemort was likely to kill anyone he saw, and while there were many wizards there who could buy them time to escape, he could not bring himself to trade the lives of others for his own. Ivan frowned, troubled. he knew that apparition could be tracked. During his second year at the wizarding market, the regulators used a magical tool to track Doggett's apparition, and Ivan had no doubt that Lord Voldemort was capable of doing so. In other words, no matter where they fled, they would eventually be caught.
You useless people. It's you-know-who.
Sirius's face fell as he realized that Voldemort had probably dealt with the ghosts. Sure enough, in the next second, a violent explosion rang out in the graveyard, and the flaming tree man standing in the middle of the graveyard was blasted into pieces by a blast of dark magic.
Harry, Sirius, hold my hand. I know where to go.
Chapter 707, Intimate Contact with Voldemort. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Harry and Sirius grabbed Ivan's wrists without delay.
Apparate phantom disapparition.
Ivan immediately chanted. However, the spell was forcibly stopped before it could start, and a pale, bloodless hand was placed on his shoulder. Ivan felt a chill run down his spine, and his head snapped around to find Voldemort's strange snake-like face inches from his own, his red eyes fierce. A cold chill was seeping through his shoulders and into his body. Ivan could feel the hand on his shoulder tightening rapidly as his life force was being drained away. There was no time for surprise, no time for screaming, and Ivan, with his vast combat experience, made the right decision. He activated the snake eye at once. The dark pupils of the eyes turned orange without warning. They were basilisk eyes. Caught off guard, Lord Voldemort was hit, and his grip on Ivan's shoulder faltered, and his face contorted in shock and anger. Ivan, on the other hand, felt the magic in his body gushing out like a flood. He felt that he would be sucked dry in 3 seconds at most. Sirius reacted quickly, drawing his wand as fast as he could and pointing it at Voldemort's snake face.
Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra.
An emerald-green fluorescent light shot out from little Sirius's wand. The voice sounded heavenly to Ivan, and he stared at Voldemort, hoping against hope that the spell would shatter him again. Ivan was shocked to find Voldemort moving under the influence of his serpentine eyes, his lips opening and closing as if he were chanting. The next moment, the green light hit Voldemort and sent him flying, his body turning into a black mist in midair.
Apparate phantom apparition. You-know-who.
Sirius asked, recalling the scene in which he hit Voldemort with a killing curse. Harry was also excited. Wizards struck by the death curse were doomed to die, if not die, and Voldemort would lose his powers.
I don't think so.
Ivan shook his head, thinking that Harry and Sirius were too optimistic, and that Voldemort must have used some sort of charm to avoid the attack, which caused his body to break up. If only the eye had been more powerful and fully in control of Voldemort, Sirius's attack might have knocked him back into his true form. Unfortunately, he only had one chance. He would definitely be prepared if he wanted to use it again in the future. Ivan sighed at the thought, but when he faced Horcruxes in his second year, he realized that the magical eye had limited effect on Lord Voldemort. Firstly, the other party's strength and magic were stronger than his, and secondly, the other party had fused with the basilisk's bloodline, so his resistance was terrifyingly high.
Where are we?
Harry struggled to his feet and looked around. The sea was in front of him, and they were standing on a cliff. The salty sea wind blew, and the sound of waves crashing against rocks could be heard.
Isn't this where we destroyed the last of the you-know-who's Horcruxes?
Sirius asked, quickly recognizing the place, turning his head to gaze at a Muggle village in the distance.
That's right, the professor is somewhere near the village. He'll be able to see us and come as soon as we give the signal from here.
Ivan went on, asking Sirius if the Order of the Phoenix had any signs of emergency contact. Sirius thought for a moment, then raised his wand to the sky and fired a scarlet beam of light.
As soon as Dumbledore sees it, he will understand that something very urgent has happened here.
Sirius's face relaxed, as did Harry's, and nothing was more reassuring than to know that Dumbledore was nearby. Ivan, on the other hand, felt vaguely uneasy. He was the only one who understood that Dumbledore was under the influence of the dark arts on a Horcrux and was in no condition to fight.
Wait!
Sirius asked curiously, as the charm should have exploded in midair to reveal a soaring phoenix. Sirius jerked his head towards the sky, but all he could see was a dark cloud, and he could vaguely make out something moving in it.
It's Voldemort.
Ivan said urgently. He thought that even if his magical eye and Sirius's death curse could not hurt Voldemort, he would still need to rest. He did not expect Voldemort to come so quickly.
Run!
Sirius roared, quickly grabbing Harry by the hand and running down the hill.
Fiery!
Chapter 708, Long Time No See Tom. The python formed by the black fog slithered closer and closer, and the negative emotions in its mind grew stronger. Ivan and Sirius were able to endure it, but Harry, who was weak to begin with, was not so strong and fell when he was distracted, and would have rolled down the hill if Sirius had not been holding him back.
Harry, are you all right?
Sirius asked worriedly. Harry gasped and shook his head, unable to reply, feeling as if his legs were about to break. Ivan knew very well that they could not continue on like this. They would not be able to outrun the black fog on their own. If he had been alone, Ivan would have been confident of escaping Voldemort's clutches and might even have been able to hold him off for a while with his bloodline magic. However, the task would have been extremely difficult if he had to protect everyone else. He turned his head and saw that the python, dozens of feet long, was closing in on them. Its head, which was at the very front, was gaping as if it wanted to swallow them whole. The black mist spreading from its mouth faintly revealed the strange, hideous face of Voldemort. Ivan, who had fought Horcruxes before, did not dare to let the black mist get close. He immediately waved his wand and shouted,
Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum!
A blinding white light cut through the darkness, and then a clear hissing sound echoed through the desolate mountains. White mist poured out of the tip of Ivan's wand and quickly condensed into an illusory unicorn. It charged straight into the gaping mouth of the snake and rampaged through its long body. However, to Ivan's surprise, Voldemort did not condense the black mist to fight against his unicorn's shadow like his Horcruxes did. Instead, the huge python of black mist dissipated in an instant, and the rolling black mist was like a violent wave that pressed down on the trio. Ivan's expression changed, and he quickly retracted most of the white mist, forming a semicircular shield around him to protect everyone. The black fog formed a wave that crashed down. As soon as it touched the shield, it began to melt away, and the thick shield became thinner and thinner under the corrosion of the black fog.
Get ready, I'm afraid we're going to have to move again. Sirius, take Harry and go first, I'll be right behind you.
Ivan said urgently. Harry was worried about Ivan being left alone, but he knew better than to try to convince Ivan that he was a liability, so he said nothing. Sirius nodded solemnly and grabbed Harry's hand, preparing to cast the spell. Although using apparition in battle was extremely dangerous and could result in death, Sirius could only hope that luck would be on their side again. Ivan, who was maintaining the protective spell, suddenly found that the pressure on him had lessened, and the black mist surrounding him began to disperse. Sirius, who had also sensed that something was amiss, stopped casting his spell and revealed a look of joy. There was no reason for Voldemort to let them go, which meant that the reinforcements they had been waiting for had arrived. As expected, they soon heard the faint sound of celestial music. The sound got closer and closer, and soon, a phoenix on fire rushed out of the black fog.
It's Fox!
Harry exclaimed in delight. Ivan and Sirius were also relieved to see the phoenix, as they knew they were safe. Fawkes let out a happy cry when he saw the trio, and the golden-red flames around him exploded. Endless flames filled Ivan and the others' vision. Warm flames covered their bodies, instantly dispelling the coldness of the black fog. Yvonne thought Fawkes was there to take them away, but he wasn't. When the flames died down, they were still there. Fawkes, on the other hand, had transformed into a giant fiery phoenix and was battling the python formed by the black mist. The python twisted its body hideously and tore at the phoenix's wings with all its might. The golden-red phoenix, on the other hand, was pecking at the python's head with its beak without a care in the world. Its claws were tightly wrapped around the python's tail, and its golden feathers.
Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum!
A blinding white light cut through the darkness, and then a clear hissing sound echoed through the desolate mountains. White mist poured out of the tip of Ivan's wand and quickly condensed into an illusory unicorn. It charged straight into the gaping mouth of the snake and rampaged through its long body. However, to Ivan's surprise, Voldemort did not condense the black mist to fight against his unicorn's shadow like his Horcruxes did. Instead, the huge python of black mist dissipated in an instant, and the rolling black mist was like a violent wave that pressed down on the trio. Ivan's expression changed, and he quickly retracted most of the white mist, forming a semicircular shield around him to protect everyone. The black fog formed a wave that crashed down. As soon as it touched the shield, it began to melt away, and the thick shield became thinner and thinner under the corrosion of the black fog.
It's been a long time, Tom.
Chapter 709. What you do will only send you to death more fast.
Yes, a few years. 4 years ago you foiled my resurrection plan, but alas.
Lord Voldemort's voice was high, and he seemed pleased.
My loyal servants executed my brilliant plan to get Harry Potter out of your custody. See, I have truly fought death and gained a new body, and no one can stop me now.
Voldemort spoke fiercely, his red eyes fixed on Dumbledore, expecting to see annoyance and regret on Dumbledore's face. None of this happened, however, as Dumbledore merely stared at him in utter disappointment and then spoke in a low voice.
I think I warned you before, Tom, that blind optimism renders one incapable of even the most basic judgment, and that all you do is push yourself faster into the jaws of death.
Voldemort cut Dumbledore off harshly.
Save your breath if you expect to influence me with a few words, or perhaps.
Dumbledore said, raising his wand gently with his left hand.
But I don't think it's too late to make up for it. You plan to kill me, here with some baggage.
Lord Voldemort scoffed.
A burden, you really think so? Tom, you shouldn't underestimate anyone's.
Dumbledore said meaningfully.
If I'm not mistaken, you've suffered a bit, haven't you?
Lord Voldemort's face darkened and twisted as he recalled his losses in the graveyard.
Then give it a try.
Without warning, Voldemort raised his wand, not at Dumbledore, but at Sirius, who was standing nearby.
Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra.
A dark green beam flashed through the air, and Sirius, not expecting Voldemort to suddenly target him, reacted immediately but too late. Fortunately, a ball of golden flame appeared in front of Sirius, and Fox leapt out of it, swallowing the green light in one gulp. At the same moment that Voldemort attacked, Dumbledore attacked, and a scarlet gold beam of light shot out from the tip of his wand, hurtling towards Voldemort with frightening energy. Ivan and the others who witnessed this all felt their hearts skip a beat. Lord Voldemort's face grew grave, and he conjured a shining silver shield out of thin air to protect himself. The golden beam of light collided with the shield and exploded. Flames and airwaves spread in all directions, and a loud bang echoed through the desolate mountains. Several cracks gradually spread on the solid silver shield. However, Voldemort had no time to worry about it. A strong sense of danger gripped him and the attack.
Dodge, he's right behind you, Sirius.
It was Ivan's voice, and Sirius recognized it immediately. Without hesitation, he rolled away from the killing curse, but Harry was left alone. Harry was on his knees in pain, holding his head in his hands as Voldemort flickered into view, his pale, bloodless hand reaching for Harry's neck.
Reducto, crushing.
Chapter 710, He's Back. The unicorn's shadow arrived in an instant, and its shiny hooves stepped on Voldemort. Voldemort's chest caved invisibly, and his body was sent flying as if he had been hit by a bull. He tumbled and crashed into the tree behind him.
Confringo, exploding thunder. Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra.
Ivan and Sirius showed not the slightest bit of sympathy, and instead attacked the drowning man, casting spells at Lord Voldemort. Before their magic could reach the tree, however, Lord Voldemort was already gone, and two spells struck the tree behind them, blasting it to pieces. Numerous flaming pieces of wood fell from the sky, and Dumbledore gently waved his wand, sending a gust of wind to sweep them aside. Sirius remained on guard for a while, but when Voldemort did not attack, he relaxed a little and turned to Dumbledore.
You know who escaped?
Dumbledore nodded, staring at the devastated forest, and said in a low voice,
This injury will surely keep Tom in his place for a while.
Ivan read between the lines of Dumbledore's speech and was somewhat resigned, which meant that Voldemort had not been harmed to the core and would be able to move again after a short rest. Sirius, on the other hand, ran to Harry's side and helped him up.
Harry, how's it going? Does the scar still hurt?
Harry muttered to himself as he struggled to his feet and touched the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. The scar had stopped hurting since Voldemort's departure, but Harry could not understand why he had suddenly become like this. After regaining his composure, Harry looked anxiously at Dumbledore and asked,
Professor Dumbledore, what is going on? Why did I? It's obviously Tom's magic.
Dumbledore interrupted Harry, speaking with great deliberation.
Harry, on the night you were born, you rebounded from a killing curse cast by Lord Voldemort's own hand, depriving him of his powers and reducing him to a ghost. And it may have been then that a special connection was forged between the two of you, allowing Voldemort to influence you through certain means.
Dumbledore's cryptic words confused Harry, but at least he understood that he could see Voldemort's actions through his dreams and that Voldemort could somehow influence him. Ivan knows better, but he has no intention of interrupting, since telling Harry the truth would be the same as telling Voldemort directly.
Harry, Yvonne, are you all right?
Ron asked, immediately surrounding Harry when he saw that he was in trouble. Hermione was so excited that she ran up and hugged Ivan. Ivan, who was already weak, was almost knocked to the ground and had to take 2 steps back to regain his balance. The little witch was sharp enough to notice Ivan's slight change of expression, so she quickly let go and asked worriedly,
Are you hurt, Ivan?
No, I'm not. I'm just tired.
Ivan shook his head. He was having a hard time with all the high-intensity battles, especially when his magic was nearly exhausted. Hermione looked him over for a while and was convinced that his clothes were not torn. Feeling uncomfortable with Hermione's constant stare, Ivan changed the subject, asking her about what had happened at Hogwarts after she left. The young witch had no intention of hiding the truth and quickly explained everything to him. Shortly after Ivan's departure, Alicia, Molly, and the Aurors dealt with the blast-ended Scroots and the swarm of giant spiders that had escaped the maze. She and Ron went to the castle to find Snape and Professor Flitwick, as Ivan had instructed. However, they ran into the professors, who had been alerted to the commotion. After much explaining, Snape chose to remain in the castle to maintain order, while Flitwick took them to a Muggle village not far from here, where he found Dumbledore and the others.
I told Professor Dumbledore about Sirius taking Harry away, and there was speculation that Sirius might have been possessed by you-know-who's Imperious Curse, or that someone had used Polyjuice Potion to disguise themselves as Sirius.
Hermione was horrified. The next thing they knew, they were looking at a fire, which Dumbledore believed to be caused by magic, and sent Fawkes to investigate.
Albus, we all saw the dark mark in the sky. Did you go up against that man? You are correct, Alistair. I have met Tom, and he has regained his powers and a whole new body.
Chapter 711, Have You Defeated the Mysterious Man? For a moment, everyone was stunned by this news, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Hermione was the first to react, asking curiously,
What about you-know-who now? You must have beaten him, right?
Well, you know who was badly beaten up and badly injured, and Professor Dumbledore says he won't be able to come out for a while.
Ivan tried to lighten the mood.
Yeah, I nearly hit him with the killing curse in the graveyard.
Sirius added, feigning casualness.
There's such a thing.
Lupin was amazed.
Then you almost became the second savior of the wizarding world.
I also think it's a pity that it was so close.
Sirius said, raising his eyebrows.
Then when we get back, you must tell me how you managed to escape from Lord Voldemort.
Lupin said as he patted Sirius on the shoulder. As they chatted and laughed, McGonagall, Arthur, and the others gradually recovered from the shocking news of Lord Voldemort's return, and they felt much more at ease after learning that Dumbledore and the others had injured Lord Voldemort once. If they could defeat Voldemort once, they could defeat him a second or third time, until they sent him to hell.
By the way, Sirius, we heard from Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley that you were the one who took Harry out of Hogwarts. How did that happen? Did you know who controlled you as well?
Lupin asked curiously.
It was Peter who used Polyjuice potion to disguise himself as me and sneak into Hogwarts.
Sirius sighed, then proceeded to explain the situation briefly. When Sirius told the story of Creature risking his life to sneak into the Riddle house, only to be tortured to death by the Imperious Curse, the faces of Lupin, McGonagall, and Arthur were filled with shock, both at Creature's tragic fate and at the loyalty of the house elf. When Hermione heard this, she leaned over Ivan's shoulder and sobbed quietly.
He was a wonderful elf. We should have been nicer to him before.
Lupin sighed. Sirius looked very desolate. Growing up, he loathed Creature, believing the house elf to have an extremely pure-blood mind, inherited from his mother, and thus had a hard time with him. While the crowd was wallowing in their grief, Moody interrupted.
I must say, Sirius.
Sirius did not argue with Moody, his face full of guilt and regret, as he knew Moody was right. During his time in Azkaban, he wanted to make up for the 10 years he had lost in Azkaban, so it was easy for Voldemort to investigate his schedule. After reprimanding Sirius, Moody turned his gaze back to Arthur Weasley and said rather resentfully,
And you, Arthur, I've warned you to watch out for every suspicious point in a case. If only you had noticed earlier that Sirius and I were acting strangely, things might not have turned out so badly.
Arthur smiled wryly. He hadn't heard from you-know-who during the World Quidditch Cup, so he didn't expect him to show up at the campsite and control Sirius with the Imperious Curse.
All right, let's stop for a moment, Alistair. This is not the time for this discussion. We have a number of things to attend to.
Dumbledore said soothingly. Lupin and the others nodded in agreement. The main reason Voldemort had caught them off guard was because no one could have predicted that he would have regained some of his strength with Peter's help.
Albus, now that Harry is safe, it is time for us to return to Hogwarts.
McGonagall reminded him eagerly. She had heard from Hermione about the riot at Hogwarts and was worried about what might happen if they got back too late. Dumbledore naturally had no objections and called for the group to prepare to leave via disapparition.
Wait, Professor,
said Harry as if he had just remembered something.
Winky,
Moody asked curiously. McGonagall and the others also turned to look at Harry, as Sirius had told them about Winky. Harry quickly told him about Lord Voldemort's torture of Winky with the Cruciatus curse in the graveyard, and how he believed that Winky had been forced to submit to Lord Voldemort, and how she was now an ownerless house elf after Crouch Jr.'s death. Now that Lord Voldemort was gone, the Death Eaters would not dare linger in the graveyard, and Winky, now unconscious, would most likely be abandoned there.
Harry, much as I hate to say it, those Death Eaters would never allow Winky to live. It knows too many secrets.
Sirius cautioned hesitantly. Harry's eyes darkened. Dumbledore suddenly spoke up.
When I return you to Hogwarts, I will take the time to visit.
Harry turned to Dumbledore in delight.
As for now, take my wrist and let's go back, Harry.
Chapter 712, The Mysterious Person Has No Heart. Due to the recent decline in Fawkes's powers, the group had to apparate to Hogsmeade and then return to school. It was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening when they arrived, but the castle was still brightly lit, with occasional noises coming from the Great Hall. Alicia, Bill, and Molly were anxiously waiting for them in the hall. When they arrived, Mrs. Weasley rushed to greet them.
That's great, you're both safe.
Mrs. Weasley said as she hugged Harry and Ron close to her chest. She looked around the room and was relieved to see that no one was missing. On the other hand, Alicia pulled Ivan to a corner and examined him carefully. She was relieved to see that he looked well and was not injured at all. Alicia then proceeded to interrogate Molly about what had happened, although she was able to gather quite a bit of information from her.
It's you-know-who. He sent someone to take Harry under the guise of Sirius, and used his blood to restore his powers and gain a new body.
Ivan explained grimly.
So you know who has come back to life.
A dark look came over Alicia's face. Having fought in the last Wizarding War, she knew exactly what this meant.
Yes, Professor Dumbledore and I worked together to wound him. I think he'll behave himself for a while.
Ivan began. Instead of being happy that Ivan had injured the legendary Dark Lord, Alicia became more worried that Lord Voldemort would seek revenge on them once he was cured. Ivan understood this as well. When he went to save Harry, he knew he would attract Voldemort's attention. Even if he hadn't, he would have been a thorn in Voldemort's side for destroying 3 Horcruxes over the course of 4 years. Fortunately, he had already thought of a solution last summer.
Mom, remember that spell I told you about last time?
Ivan asked suddenly. It took a moment for Isaiah to understand Ivan's meaning.
You mean the Fidelius charm? Yes.
Ivan said.
We can use it to create a safe haven.
The worried look on Alicia's face disappeared. She knew exactly what this spell could do. Even if Voldemort wanted to get back at her, he wouldn't be able to find them.
But who will be the secret keeper?
Alicia frowned at the thought. The Fidelius curse was indeed powerful, but it was not invincible. Its greatest weakness was its bearer. Ivan specifically mentioned to her that it was impossible to stay in a safe house for long periods of time due to the secrecy that the secret keeper had to endure. If Voldemort were to scout the vicinity of the protected area at this point, there was a good chance that he would find something.
How about Doggett as the secret keeper?
Said Alicia hesitantly.
No, never.
Ivan shook his head vehemently. When you know who came back to life, Doggett's position became ambiguous, and it was doubtful whether he could be trusted. After all, this fellow had a history of betraying his colleagues and defecting to Lord Voldemort. Even if he had 1,000 reasons, he would not be able to completely clear his name. Therefore, Ivan did not have much faith in him, and the dark mark on Doggett's left arm had not yet been removed, which was an extremely unstable factor. If not for the fact that he did not see Doggett among the Death Eaters when they came to Harry's rescue tonight, he and Alicia would be discussing how to lock the fellow up.
How about this, Mom? You go around Knockoff Alley for the next couple of days looking for a suitable location, and I'll do the casting myself.
Ivan hesitated for a long time before deciding to take the risk. However, before he could finish, he was met with strong opposition from Alicia.
You want to be the secret keeper. Are you crazy? You're the one that you know who wants to kill the most.
Said Alicia angrily. Even if she had to be the secret keeper, it would be better than having Ivan do it himself.
You know who isn't as strong as you think he is?
Ivan said.
He can't kill me, Mom. Have you forgotten? I just fought him off.
Ivan never worried about his own safety, and although he was no match for Lord Voldemort in terms of strength, he was confident that he would be able to escape from Lord Voldemort without being dragged down. Not to mention, he also had the Bloodline magic boggart transformation, which allowed him to disguise himself as anyone, even any creature. After more than 10 minutes of persuasion from Ivan, Alicia reluctantly agreed. This is the best solution in the present, as Ivan spends most of his year at Hogwarts, where Dumbledore is around and Voldemort is afraid to go on a rampage, and where he can spend his summer holidays learning alchemy from Nicholas Flamel.
Oh my God, how could he?
You know who doesn't have a heart, Mum?
Chapter 713, The Noisy Hall. Under Mrs. Weasley's intense gaze, Ron was forced to swallow his words. Bill stepped forward and patted Harry on the shoulder, exclaiming,
I must say you've been very brave today, Harry, dueling you-know-who while surrounded by Death Eaters. I'd be horrified.
Harry shook his head. He did not think much of his performance, having escaped from the graveyard thanks to luck, the ghosts, and the help of Ivan and Sirius. However, the Order of the Phoenix apparently disagreed, agreeing with Bill that Harry's ability to stand up to Lord Voldemort in a manner that would put most wizards to shame.
Well, everyone, if you want to know more details, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. What Harry needs most right now is a checkup at the hospital wing and a good night's rest.
Sirius said, pushing his way through the crowd surrounding Harry. Bill and the others had a lot of questions, but they shut up when they saw Harry's pallor and exhaustion. After consulting Dumbledore, Sirius dragged Harry away, but not before turning to Ivan and advising him to go to the hospital wing.
No, I'm fine.
Ivan shook his head, refusing Sirius's offer. He was well versed in medical magic, so he was well aware of his physical condition. He was not injured, but at most, he had used up too much magic and was mentally exhausted.
Ivan, where have you been tonight? I heard that Harry was taken. Is that true?
George and Fred asked curiously.
Well, you could say that. Professor Dumbledore will explain the details later.
Ivan said vaguely. On the other side, Hermione, Ron, and the others were surrounded by the other young Gryffindor witches and wizards, all of whom bombarded them with questions about their whereabouts. During the riot in the early evening, Ivan and the others were overheard talking, and many people were interested in hearing about it.
Silence!
On the stage, Dumbledore's voice rang out, his face serious and not at all his usual genial self. Sensing this, the young wizards all fell silent, and the noisy great hall suddenly became very quiet, as if everyone had been bewitched.
Tonight, many unexpected things have happened, and I know you must have many questions by now. But before I tell you this, there is something else I must say, so as not to spoil your good mood.
Dumbledore's half-moon eyes looked around the great hall, then fixed on Ivan.
First of all, I would like to congratulate Mr. Ivanhars on winning the Triwizard Tournament for Hogwarts. He has performed exceptionally well and is a worthy champion.
As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the great hall erupted in applause, and everyone turned to look at the Gryffindor table with admiration, and awe. After 3 matches, even Beauxbatons and the Durmstrang students were convinced that Ivan had won. Amid the compliments and applause, Ivan nodded casually at the crowd, but his heart did not waver. After learning of Voldemort's return, he was in no mood to celebrate his victory.
Secondly, it was Harry Potter, who came in second.
Dumbledore added, waiting for the applause to die down. Hearing this, the crowd applauded and looked away from Ivan, searching the table for Harry. However, to their surprise, Harry did not appear to be in attendance, as he was nowhere to be found in the Great Hall.
I'm sure some of you have guessed part of the truth, and that's what I'm going to tell you.
Dumbledore exclaimed, watching the expressions on everyone's faces.
At the end of the Triwizard Tournament, Azkaban's outlaw Peter Pettigrew used Polyjuice Potion to take Harry Potter from the Quidditch pitch and bring him to Lord Voldemort.
Dumbledore's words caused the atmosphere in the Great Hall to freeze as everyone stared at him in horror and disbelief, some even wondering if he was telling an extremely bad joke. However, Dumbledore's expression showed no signs of joking as he said,
I must regret to inform you of his success.
Chapter 714, The Illusion of Peace. The crowd's questioning did not interrupt Dumbledore, who raised his voice slightly to drown out the noise.
I'm sure the ministry would not want me to tell you this, and I'm afraid some of the students' parents would not agree with me, but this is happening to you, to everyone, and I insist that telling the truth is always better than lying. Hogwarts should teach you integrity, not lies.
Dumbledore's tone was very serious as he looked around at the young wizards, who were all staring at him in fear and confusion.
We will all have to pass a period of great darkness in the near future.
I'm sure the ministry would not want me to tell you this, and I'm afraid some of the students' parents would not agree with me, but this is happening to you, to everyone, and I insist that telling the truth is always better than lying. Hogwarts should teach you integrity, not lies. Dumbledore's tone was very serious as he looked around at the young wizards, who were all staring at him in fear and confusion. We will all have to pass a period of great darkness in the near future.
For example, there is a good example of this tonight.
Dumbledore gave Ivan, Harry, and Ron 100 points each, and Hermione 50 points for the courage, wisdom, defiance, and loyalty they had shown tonight. Ron was pleasantly surprised when Dumbledore praised him publicly and gave him the same score as Ivan and Harry.
The professor shouldn't have given me so many points. I haven't even seen you-know-who.
Ron said awkwardly.
No, your information was crucial, Ron.
Ivan said earnestly.
If you hadn't seen through Peter Pettigrew's disguise and informed us immediately, Harry would have been dead by the time we arrived.
As they spoke, Dumbledore gently waved his wand, replacing the flags of the 3 schools that were floating in the air with the golden red lion flag.
Although there are still a few days until your departure, judging by the difference in scores, I would say there is no longer any doubt that this year's House Cup will go to Gryffindor House.
Dumbledore shouted. After the announcement, there was only a smattering of applause in the Great Hall. After all, the news of Lord Voldemort's return was so shocking that the ownership of the House Cup had become irrelevant. When the applause had died down, Dumbledore said,
Well, that is all I have to say. Now, prefects, please lead the students back to their lounges. I think you are all tired and in need of a good rest.
At that moment, Dumbledore was interrupted by a loud banging on the door. The young wizards who were leaving looked over curiously. Fudge led a group of Aurors into the room.
What the devil are you up to, Albus?
Fudge demanded, looking at Dumbledore in annoyance.
I've heard you telling a wild tale all the way across town.
He had come in a hurry upon hearing of the chaos at the Quidditch arena, but had only just left the entrance hall when he heard Dumbledore talking about Umbra.
It's not a story, Connolly, it's real, and I was going to tell you all about it.
Dumbledore said calmly, ignoring Fudge's slight, and after giving the prefects a look, he led Fudge and the others to the meeting room by the side door of the Great Hall. Ivan shook his head as he watched them go. He had lost all confidence in Fudge after the incident with young Crouch, and it would be nearly impossible for Dumbledore to win over the Ministry. If he had been Dumbledore, he would have used the Imperious Curse to control Fudge, or altered Fudge's memory to turn the Minister into a puppet. It is a pity that Dumbledore could not have done so, so the conversation was destined to go nowhere.
If they don't believe me, then so be it. It'll be too late for regrets when the seer is in front of them.
Chapter 715. It seems like Knockoff Alley needs a good cleaning. Perhaps because it was their last meal before leaving school, breakfast was particularly rich, and the temptation of good food made them temporarily forget their troubles and concentrate on enjoying it. When they had eaten their fill, an owl fluttered into the hall and landed on Ivan's shoulder. Ivan removed the Daily Prophet from where it was tied at the owl's feet, opened it to check its contents, and sighed.
Indeed.
What's the matter, Yvonne?
Hermione asked, leaning forward curiously to take a closer look. Today's Daily Prophet only reports of Ivan winning the Triwizard Tournament, and it takes 2 pages to recount the highlights of the Triwizard Cup, with no further mention of Harry's capture. The rioting at the school was fobbed off as negligence.
I guess the Ministry doesn't go public about you-know-who.
Ivan said, looking disappointed as he tossed the paper aside.
Does Minister Fudge still not want to believe that Lord Voldemort is back? There are so many witnesses.
Harry wondered why Fudge was so stubborn.
It's not the first day you've met him.
Ivan snapped.
That fool has always been a nuisance.
Fudge's foolish and stubborn behavior had taken a toll on Ivan's patience, and he would have kicked Fudge off the bench and replaced him with a reliable minister if he could.
By the way, Ivan, don't you usually call yourself Voldemort? Why the sudden change to you-know-who these days? He's got his powers back, so he needs to be careful.
Ivan explained with a shrug.
You're not afraid of him, are you?
Ron looked shocked, as if he had just been told that Merlin had climbed out of a coffin. Harry and Hermione also looked at Ivan in confusion, as they did not think he would be afraid of Lord Voldemort, who had just injured him 2 days earlier.
Of course, I'm not afraid of him.
Ivan said with exasperation.
The point is that Tom put a spell on his name, and shouting his name might lead us straight back to him. I don't want any trouble.
This was the fate of the original Harry, who was hunted by Death Eaters and nearly killed. Ivan wasn't sure if Lord Voldemort had ordered the Death Eaters to use this tracking spell, but it would be wise to be careful. After all, he was no match for Lord Voldemort.
Ivan's right.
As they chatted, they heard a familiar voice.
Sirius.
Harry turned in surprise to see Sirius approaching from the other side of the hall.
We didn't see you for 2 days. We thought you'd gone back.
Harry said.
That's because your headmaster Dumbledore has asked me to do something for him these past 2 days.
Sirius sat down casually, grabbed a few pancakes, stuffed them into his mouth, and took a sip of his cold drink. Harry and the others were curious as to what Dumbledore had in mind for him, but Sirius was apparently reluctant to talk about it and simply brushed it off.
Sirius, what about the Ministry? How did Professor Dumbledore get on with Fudge?
Ivan asked, getting down to business. He had not been part of the negotiations and had only been able to guess.
What else? A falling out, of course.
Sirius sighed, irritated at the memory of their argument the other night. Fudge was more concerned with Dumbledore's actions than with you-know-who's resurrection, as he had gathered a large number of wizards and witches to act on his own accord without the ministry's permission. Because of this, they argued all night and nothing ever came of it.
And Winky, did you look for her?
Harry asked eagerly, suddenly thinking of the house elf he had seen in the graveyard.
We've found it. As you might expect, the Death Eaters were in such a hurry to escape that they didn't have time to deal with a house elf, so Professor Dumbledore rescued it. It's in the kitchen.
Sirius lamented that Winky was one of the perpetrators of Kreacher's persecution, and that she had been tasked with guarding Sirius under Lord Voldemort's orders. However, when he saw that the other party was nearly killed by Voldemort's Cruciatus curse, he did not bother to argue.
Then let's go and see Winky before we leave.
Hermione suggested. Neither Harry nor Ron had any objections, as Kreacher's death made them feel more kindly towards the house elf community. Yvonne nodded in agreement. After breakfast, they went to the kitchen to check on Winky. However, Ivan's intentions were not pure, and he found an excuse to get rid of Hermione and the others and used legilimency to search Winky's memories, successfully retrieving the majority of the surviving Death Eaters. After all, the Death Eaters who attempted to return to Lord Voldemort's service that night all went to the graveyard, and each and every one of them appeared before Winky. Harry also had this memory, but he could not use it on Harry directly, so he had to resort to using it on the house elf. Ivan closed his eyes and used occlumency to organize his memory, fixing it on the faces, his face darkening as he muttered to himself.
Damn it, it looks like I'll have to clean up Knockoff Alley when I get back.
Chapter 716, The End of School Summary. After searching Winky's memory, Ivan was surprised to see several familiar faces. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed quite normal. In the last Wizarding War, there were generally 3 types of Death Eaters who escaped punishment. It was either Lucius Malfoy's power and money that cleared his name, or Karkaroff's. As for the remaining Death Eaters, they were lucky enough to escape capture by the Aurors, most of whom were found in Knockoff Alley.
Hi, Ivan.
Fleur, who was waiting for the car, saw Ivan and the others walking over and immediately walked up to them enthusiastically.
Thank you for what you did last time. You saved me and Gabrielle. I will remember this kindness. I hope we will meet again in the future.
Yvonne exclaimed, shaking Fleur's hand in exasperation. Fleur smiled, of course she understood, but that did not stop her from being grateful for Ivan's help in that moment of crisis.
You're leaving today. Are you coming back?
Ron seemed reluctant to part with them, unaware of Lavender glaring at him from a distance.
Right, we'll be leaving soon.
Fleur nodded, brushing her silver hair back from her face and smiling brightly at them.
But I've graduated from Beauxbatons, and I might come to England to find a job. I quite like it here, and I've been looking for a chance to improve my English.
If you can, I suggest you stay away from Britain for a few years.
Ivan said with a sigh.
Why? Because of you-know-who.
Fleur said haughtily, raising her eyebrows.
You may fear him in Britain, but we do not.
Growing up in France, Fleur had heard of Lord Voldemort and knew him to be a powerful and cruel wizard, but that was the extent of it.
Put away your arrogance, Miss Delacour, and think carefully about Ivan's advice before you lose your life for nothing.
Chapter 717, The Third Dream. Why can't the rewards of the school year be legendary points? Yvonne thought greedily, while Harry complained to Ron that he had to return to the Dursleys as usual this summer. There was no need for him to stay there when his protective magic was nearly useless.
Professor Dumbledore must have had his reasons for doing so, in case the spell was still working.
Hermione guessed.
But Voldemort confirmed that he was not injured when he touched me directly that night.
Harry said sullenly.
Voldemort also told me that he wanted to use my blood to revive himself so that he could gain the protection of the dark arts, which would make him stronger than ever.
Ron said easily.
Yes, there's no point in thinking about it now. Things will get better with Professor Dumbledore around.
Hermione added. Harry's spirits were lifted by their comforting words, and he let go of his troubled thoughts. Yvonne shook her head as she watched the group chat, wondering if they would still be so optimistic if they knew that Dumbledore was unlikely to survive the year. Ivan knew exactly why Dumbledore had insisted that Harry stay at the Dursley house. Voldemort, through the resurrection ritual, inherited some of the power of the dark arts, allowing him to touch Harry directly. What Voldemort does not know is that by doing so, he will instead make himself a link to the blood magic, greatly reinforcing this protection, so that even when Harry comes of age, the blood magic will not lose its power.
What about that notebook I gave you last time, Hermione?
Is this it? I've been carrying it.
Hermione rummaged through the suitcase where the extension charm had been cast and found a thick notebook.
Have you read it all?
Ivan asked. Hermione nodded. She had memorized the contents of the book a month ago and kept it with her as a souvenir. After checking with the young witch, Ivan took the notebook and threw it at Harry.
What is this? Some sort of mind-sealing spell?
Harry asked, taking the heavy book from her and opening it to read.
That's right.
Ivan said.
It's called occlumency, to be precise. Practice it more this summer, and you'd better have a rudimentary grasp of it by the beginning of next year. So what does it do?
Harry asked, genuinely confused.
It protects your brain from Lord Voldemort's influence.
Ivan said sternly. Harry understood at once. However, Harry soon had another problem, as he was unable to use magic while at home during the summer holidays, and the Ministry of Magic was able to trace the traces of his magic through his trace. He had broken the rules twice in a row, and if he did so a third time, the Ministry would break his wand and expel him from Hogwarts. Ivan thought this made sense. The Dursleys would not tolerate Harry practicing magic at home, so they immediately changed their tune and told Harry to memorize these notes during the summer holidays, as Dumbledore would probably ask Snape to teach Harry occlumency next year. It would not be too late to lay the foundations now and learn them later.
All of it?
Harry flipped through the hundreds of pages of notes in front of him and swallowed hard, thinking he had a busy summer ahead of him. In the end, however, Harry reluctantly agreed.
By the way, if I mastered this spell, would I never have those dreams again?
Harry asked suddenly.
If you're skilled enough at occlumency, you'll be able to prevent you-know-who from invading your brain.
Ivan replied confidently. Harry's face became troubled, and he opened his mouth to speak but stopped himself. Ivan immediately guessed what he was thinking and shook his head.
I should have warned you, Harry. Never believe what you see in your dreams, let alone try to use it to gain information. Voldemort was a master of legilimency and occlumency, and I thought I had taught you a lesson this time, that the information you gave us almost got you killed.
If all went well, Lord Voldemort would soon have his own undercover agents working for him, the kind that were kept absolutely secret, even more so than Snape, who would not raise any suspicions. As such, Ivan did not need Harry to give him information that he did not know was true, in case Harry had been duped into falling for an ambush, as in the original timeline. Hermione chimed in.
Ivan's right, Harry. Forget the dreams. You're only seeing what you-know-who wants you to see.
Harry, who was about to say something, decided to keep his mouth shut and brooded about the dream he had the day before, in which the snake had returned and Voldemort's wounds had healed.
Sacrificed himself.
Chapter 718, The Talk in the Headmaster's Room. At Hogwarts, in the enclosed headmaster's office, Dumbledore was sitting in his chair, reading letters from his parents with great interest. From time to time, owls would fly in through the open window with red howler letters, and then a piercing roar would fill the headmaster's office. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, Dumbledore waved his wand to close the open window, blocking out more owls. The roaring in the headmaster's office stopped, and the howler was instantly reduced to ashes. A moment later, the door to the headmaster's office opened and Snape entered, wearing a black robe. He placed a bottle of golden potion on the table and pushed it towards Dumbledore.
Your medicine.
Snape said coldly.
Thank you, Severus, thanks to you.
Dumbledore nodded, took the potion, gestured to Snape and drained it.
This is the last dose of the potion, and the next time the wound acts up, there's nothing I can do to suppress it.
Snape's words were sharp. Dumbledore's face remained calm as he put down the empty bottle and asked Snape.
Severus, I believe you told me that even a relapse of this injury would not immediately kill me. Is that correct? Indeed.
Snape said sarcastically.
Months, how long would that be?
Dumbledore asked softly, looking at the blackened hand.
I mean, it would not be enough to make me lose even the most basic ability to move or cast spells.
About 2 months, 3.
Snape said uncertainly.
It's too short.
Dumbledore shook his head, and after a moment's thought, he spoke with a grim expression.
Perhaps I have a way to delay the inevitable.
A few more days won't matter at all.
Snape said impatiently, thinking that the Hogwarts welcoming feast next term might lead to Dumbledore's funeral.
We shouldn't think so, Severus. If arranged properly, even with only a few months remaining, it would be enough for us to do something.
Dumbledore said, his voice light.
Like ending the Dark Lord's life.
Snape looked at Dumbledore mockingly, unable to understand where Dumbledore's optimism was coming from. He did not think it would make any difference if Dumbledore lived a little longer. Dumbledore made no attempt to reply, instead continuing with his questioning.
Any news from Voldemort? Thanks to us, he's alive and kicking.
Snape said, looking uncomfortable. Lord Voldemort's injuries should have taken at least a month to heal, but Dumbledore came to him 2 days ago, gave him a few drops of Phoenix tears, and asked him to brew a special potion for Lord Voldemort's injuries.
What do you think you're doing? Voldemort was badly hurt, and we could have stopped for a while.
Snape's tone was curt. He could not understand why Dumbledore wanted him to save Lord Voldemort. When he confirmed Voldemort's injuries, he thought it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill him with a surprise attack.
If it were so easy to kill him, Voldemort would not be alive today.
Dumbledore explained, understanding Snape's doubts. It would be easy for wizards like them to escape with their lives in a fight, and even if they were surrounded by dozens of trained Aurors, Lord Voldemort would easily be able to fight back and win.
Even so, we shouldn't have cured Potter for his own safety.
Snape paced restlessly around the headmaster's office. After recovering from his injuries, Voldemort flew into a rage and immediately summoned the Death Eaters to plot his revenge, much to Snape's regret.
He can't possibly find Harry.
Dumbledore exclaimed, thinking that Voldemort would not want to see Harry again until he knew the connection between the 2 Phoenix wands.
What about the others?
Snape asked.
I'm glad you're thinking about other people's well-being, Severus.
Dumbledore looked at him in surprise, his voice filled with unexpected joy.
But I have reorganized the Order of the Phoenix, and those who need protection are mostly in safe hands.
It was Snape's turn to be surprised. Dumbledore rose to his feet, frowning, and raised his voice slightly.
Althea, the mother of Hearth, whom I persuaded to join the Order of the Phoenix the other day, refused my offer without hesitation, more readily than I had intended. Perhaps she thought her son was strong enough to take on the Dark Lord.
Snape sneered. He had already met with the Death Eaters yesterday, so it was clear that some of them were hiding in Knockturn Alley. Not only that, but Lord Voldemort had been planning to expand his influence in secret. And in addition to roping in the Dementors to free the imprisoned believers, the Dark Wizards of Knockturn Alley were an excellent choice. If Isaiah and Ivan stayed in Knockturn Alley, they would soon run into Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore shook his head. He did not think Isaiah would be so careless, and Ivan had been personally involved in the battle, so he had a good idea of Voldemort's abilities. Therefore, he thought that after leaving school, the child would come to him for help, or that Alicia would change her mind at the last minute. However, she did not. Ivan left without hesitation, which made him very curious.
As far as I know, there is only one spell that can keep you safe from Lord Voldemort.
Dumbledore muttered to himself.
You mean the Fidelius charm?